How'd you do?
Recording in progress.
Please rise as you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome everyone to our City Council meeting for December 11th, 2023, our last council meeting of 2023. A couple notes before we get started with open comment. As you know, we still have some members of the public and some members of staff joining virtually, so I do continue to toggle back and forth between my Zoom screen and in person, so just give me some grace as I do that. And a reminder that we always take breaks about 90 to 120 minutes or between items. So with that, we begin every meeting with an open comment period, and I will just get my handout here. All right, so this is an opportunity for anyone from the public who would like to speak on items that we are not taking public testimony on later in the agenda for a public hearing. Each person has up to 2 minutes to speak for a total of 20 minutes, and I will be keeping track of time through a number of devices, either this little stoplight here or the clock on the wall. So if I do need to cut you off, just know that I'm doing so other people have the chance to talk. If you have materials to share, please do so with our city clerk, and she will distribute. Your comments should be directed towards me as the council president and the presiding officer. We ask that while we appreciate feedback of all types for our council and on city issues, we do ask that you deliver them respectfully. Council members and staff don't respond to comments during open comment, but if there is an item to follow up on, you're welcome to give your information to the city clerk, and the appropriate person will follow up with you afterwards. You're invited to speak in the order that you've signed up. If we have our virtual list working, I will rotate back and forth between those in person and those online. And if you are online, you use the raise hand function or press *9. All right, we will start with the list here in person, and I will invite Joel Dunnett. Please introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. My name is Joel Dunnett, and I'm here representing the Zumbro Valley Audubon Society here based in Rochester. Tonight, we speak to bring awareness to our city regarding the design of future buildings proposed in Rochester. Specifically, we are concerned with the designs of buildings could result in significant bird deaths due to window collisions. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service estimates that 600 million birds per year are killed colliding with windows. Bird populations have declined significantly, an estimated 3 billion fewer birds than in 1970. That's a 30% decline. From 2007 through 2011, our group monitored about 15 downtown buildings and found around 200 to 300 dead birds annually, mostly during migration. Birds may be scavenged or die in areas where they cannot be found, so actual mortality may have been higher. In an extreme example, in October, one building in Chicago in just one night had more than 1,000 bird deaths. Recently, the Mayo Clinic showed initial plans for campus expansion. Other larger buildings are proposed, such as the Family Y site. Additional large buildings will continue to be built in Rochester. People enjoy birds. A healthy bird population is essential for maintaining healthy forests and other environments. Most of the birds killed in window collisions eat insects that otherwise might damage forests and agricultural crops. Many studies show that bird collisions can be greatly reduced using proper building design. We ask that the council only permit designs that conform to those that protect our birds from window collision deaths. And there are references on the back.
Thank you so much. All right, one thing I forgot to say that we added, no, go ahead and sit down, but just in general, the council added the statement that participants are encouraged to limit comments generally to topics that are within the scope and jurisdiction of the council's ability to affect policy. With that, I'll ask Casey McGregor to come up.
Hello, Council. Casey McGregor.
I'm very disappointed in your vote of taking away our time at the microphone. I think it's a disservice to your voters. I think I'm very angry with all of you for that vote, and changing the time to 6 o'clock. Like tonight, I was rushing out of the house. I'm like, oh, I had 5 minutes to sign in. I forgot my coat. Like what you did is selfish. Very selfish. And I feel like it's also in order to control the voters. You want us to email you and call you and not talk publicly to you, because then that lets other people know if they have issues that they get the courage to rise and speak as well. F19, I'm curious on why there is no percentage for the voters to see what Allison Zelms's increase will be. As last packet, the city attorney's was for voters to view. So I'm wondering what the increase percent is for her raise. F21, which one is this? Was another one I had questions on. H2, the licensing. I have said this before at the podium. You have to stop voting away your rights on this dais. You will not be the only 7 to ever sit in these seats. Stop voting it away and giving it to staff. That's not your job to do. It's your job to do this work, not to vote it to administration.
Time is up.
That's why I need 4 minutes.
Right, is there anybody who did not sign up that would like to speak? All right, we will close open comment and officially call the meeting to order. And I know our clerk is occupied, so Rachel, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Councilmember Keen,
Here.
Councilmember Bransford,
Here.
Councilmember Wall,
Here.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick,
Here.
Councilmember Palmer,
Here.
Councilmember Dennis,
Here.
Council President Carlson.
Here.
Mayor Norton is on vacation.
All right, thank you. City Administrator Zones, go ahead with your report.
Thank you, Council President, council members, members of the public. We always start the report by thanking all of our teammates for acting with respect, integrity, safety, and excellence in mind when they are going about their work, whether that's office work or whether they're out in the field, where most of our employees are actually working day to day. So just a big thank you to the entire team for the work they do to make sure that this is a wonderful community to live in and to host a business. I also just want to note some work that our partners at Olmsted County with their partners at the Veterans Benefits Administration out of St. Paul are doing. So this Wednesday, December 20th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Graham Park, at Crawford Hall at Graham Park. Those who are eligible or who think they may be eligible for veterans services and veterans disability claims are welcome to either walk in or they can head to olmstedcounty.gov/veterans, get more information and sign up for an appointment. They need to bring a copy of their DD-214 or other discharge papers, but this is an opportunity to help connect them to some of the PACT Act benefits that are available to them. So just want to make sure that our community members are familiar with that opportunity. Also wanted to point out that for those who play pickleball, there's going to be a little bit of disruption over the next couple of weeks to the schedule based on some work that's happening at the rec center. So daytime sessions on Saturday, the 16th will be 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and 12 p.m. Sunday will be 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and 5 p.m. And then Monday, the 18th through Wednesday, the 20th, again, that 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11, 12, and 1 p.m. schedule. And then evening sessions on the 18th will be at 7 p.m. On the 19th and 20th will be 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. And then on Thursday, the 21st will be at 7:15 p.m. So just want to make sure our pickleball players out there are aware of a different schedule coming up in the near term at the rec center. Also, the public library has some activity coming up on the 13th. So 2 days from now, 6 p.m. to 7:45 on the second floor in the meeting room. They will be hosting some creative events at the library. Talking about being an aspiring author and giving some constructive advice from the Rochester Writers Group. So if that's something you're interested, you can head on over to the library on Wednesday. And then finally, just want to acknowledge our partners over at the Mayo Civic Center. They just launched a sensory kit program for over at the Civic Center so that they can have a more inclusive experience for people who may have challenges in that space. They'll be talking a little bit later on the agenda, but did just want to note the work they're doing. There's 3 kits available, first come, first serve. You'll have to provide an ID to check those out to make sure that they come back. But we want to make sure that people are included. They will also be sanitized between each use. And that is all that I have today.
Thank you, Ms. Elms. And the mayor is away, so we'll move on to approving the order of the agenda. So we have added a brief summary for Administrator Zelm's performance evaluation that does include our recommended merit increase. Are there any other changes to the order of the agenda? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, so for the consent agenda, Councilmember Dennis is pulling items F4, F7, F16, F19, and F21. These will be discussed under reports and recommendations. Is there anything else? Otherwise, I'd invite a motion to approve in block items F1 through 3, 5, 6, 5, or F8 through 15, 17, 18, and 20.
So move approval. Second.
All right, any discussion?
Nothing to add.
Any other? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries.
Ms. Carlson, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and approve without debate or amendment the requested actions in F19 summary of the performance evaluation for City Administrator Allison Zelms. And I request a roll call vote, please.
I'll second the motion.
All right, Councilmember Palmer, a quick statement.
No, nothing.
All right,
I'll make a just quick statement. A motion, again, this motion would be to pass without discussion. It's my understanding that it requires a supermajority vote. Correct.
Clerk Geisler, please call the roll.
Councilmember Keen,
Aye.
Councilmember Bransford,
Aye.
Councilmember Wall,
Aye.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Dennis,
Nay.
Council President Carlson.
Aye.
For 6 ayes and 1 nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Moving on to public hearings. We do have a couple important public hearings tonight, so I always take a second to go over our process. And the process is that the staff has a chance to provide an introduction before we invite the applicant or representative of the applicant to speak for up to 10 minutes. I open the public hearing. Public commenters have a chance to speak for up to 5 minutes, of course, with the encouragement of keeping comments concise. Close the public hearing. The applicant has a chance to provide a rebuttal for up to 5 minutes. And then council colleagues can ask clarifying questions of staff or the applicant before we invite a motion, discussion, and vote. So with that, I will start with item G1, which is the major land subdivision CD 2023-017 plat by Farmland LLC, known as Hadley Creek Fourth Final Plat. And we have Desmond McGee here. Go ahead, Mr. McGee.
Thank you, President Carlson, members of the council. This is, the applicant is proposing 6 single-family detached residential lots to be known as Hadley Creek Fourth Subdivision. The site is 1.45 acres in size, located on the south side of Hadley Hills Drive. This is directly south of the Hadley Hills Creek Golf Course driving range. This is part of a general development plan first approved in 2007, subsequently revised a few times, most recently in 2019. Hadley Hills provides access to the site, which Hadley Hills Drive provides access to the site, in which 120 residential units may take access from. Subject to the approval of this plat, the total number of lots for this development will be 117 units. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions or after public hearing.
All right, we'll get back to you. So I will invite the applicant to speak. Come on up, please introduce yourself, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Hey, good evening, Council President, members of the council. I'm Adam Plushcourt with Widseth. Desmond laid it out pretty in depth there. I'll just be around for any questions if you guys have any. But Thanks.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
your support.
So we'll open the public hearing. We have Jean Whitkinson. Please introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you all here. I am still consider myself a newbie to Rochester. I've been here now for 4 years. It's a pleasure. I live just around the corner from the development. We did have a regular meeting, a Zoom meeting, not about just about this, but this was discussed. And our president is supposed to be here, but I believe he was under the understanding that it was at 9:30. He should be here though. We understand that a development is a development. You can't say no very easily, and we're not asking that. My concern, and I'm not really speaking as a representative, I'm really speaking for myself. But this was discussed. This was the major concern, was the traffic issue. There's gotten to be a lot of traffic. And then when you consider that there's a municipal golf course there that has tournaments that where the people park on the street. And then, you know, those the new homes to be built would be taking away parking. So there'll be even less space for specifically, and I think about emergency. I would hate to be at the end of that road, at the end of that one way, and have a medical emergency or any kind of emergency. I did work in a municipality for many years, Austin specifically. And I remember, I think it was 2007, they were considering a development. It was proposed in front of the council, and it was a Murphy Creek co-op. 62 unit, and it was on a one-way, and I believe, and I don't quote me, but I think there was 43 single-family homes there. It was not presented to the council without an emergency exit. So I was surprised that this didn't, at the very least, with approval of the final plat, have the condition that there be an emergency exit. We would love to have a pure exit to go out the other way, out to 48th Street. So that's what we're asking and we're requesting, and that you would consider. I think that's all I really needed to say, and I think that's primarily what our president of our association was going to speak about as well. I know that, you know, the emergency route, it needs to be approved by your own, you know, the fire chief, et cetera. And I was really surprised because in Austin, and people are people, emergencies are emergencies. The condition was a lot better, I felt. I'm concerned about that. So thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, it looks like we have somebody joining virtually for item G1. You might, okay, unmute yourself using *6 or the unmute button. Manfred Kennewick. Please introduce yourself and you have 5 minutes. Can't hear you. Try one more time. Looks like you're unmuted, but I am not hearing anything, so we'll need to move on. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item G1? All right, we will close the public hearing and invite questions of staff or the applicant. Councilmember Palmer.
Well, we've had this discussion before, but I just want to confirm everything. As soon as they hit 120, a second exit would be required. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who sets that standard?
That was the standard when the original development agreement was set in the land development manual.
And so to get a second exit or emergency exit, my understanding is we'd have to have a bridge built.
Correct.
Is Public Works going to build that bridge, or who's going to build that bridge?
Well, the development will build that bridge
And
and
we,
they want to exceed 120 units.
and do we have any plan to have that bridge built?
No,
So they can go to 120 units, stop, and we won't get a second exit. Is that correct?
correct.
All right, can we have the developer representative respond?
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
I can just speak to that. There is plans in the works for a bridge being built. It's being designed currently because there is future development happening to the west. And the general development plan specifies that that western intersection has to be added, and that's the bridge you're talking about, and there is plans for that.
When do you think it's going to be built?
It's in the early design phases right now, so
Next spring?
I don't know, but it's, I like it's in the works, yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I, sooner rather than later, I guess, is what I would guess.
Well, I mean,
Basically, I mean-
2007 is when we originally did the plot and,
Yeah.
and, you know, said 200 homes and,
Yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking to get some information for the neighbors so that
So-
they can,
I can say, I mean, I'm personally not designing the project, but I can say generally, we don't get requests to design, you know, we don't get the developer to pay us to design a site that's not gonna happen for, 20 years. Like what they said, so.
are you thinking this is 20 years away or?
No, I'm saying, you had mentioned the 2007 approval. I'm saying generally, if we're getting paid to design it, it's coming pretty
Thank you.
pretty soon, yeah. But anyway,
Any other questions while he's here? All right, otherwise a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Palmer, you have the floor.
Well, this is one of those tough situations that's been here for a long period of time, and there's not much we can do because they have an agreement for 120 units. I'd like to see the bridge built sooner than later, but it's not our control to build the bridge.
Thank you for that. Other comments, discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, moving on to item G2, which is the appeal of Heritage Preservation Commission denial, the request to remove properties from historic inventory. And that is the addresses of 309, 311, 313, 315, and 317 South Broadway. And we have Molly Patterson Lundgren here to introduce this item. When she gets set up. Oh, excuse me, Irene Woodward is doing the introduction. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council President, members of council. I'm just going to do a brief introduction and then I'll turn it over to Molly. Just what is before you is an appeal for the historic inventory. There's a number of parcels that is being requested. We received an application and really this is following the UDC process. So that is the appeal before you in terms of looking at those. And Molly will get into some of those details of what was presented. I just want to make clear that whatever this action is, it is separate from anything related to historic district, and that would be a separate item. So I just wanted to clarify that as we kind of move into that, and I can answer any other questions after Molly starts.
Thank you, Ms. Woodward.
President Carlson, members of the City Council, good evening. As Community Development Director Woodward mentioned tonight, we're really focused on these three properties. There are 5 parcels, 5 addresses, but 3 buildings. And the request to remove them from the historic inventory and the denial from the HPC, which is being appealed to you here tonight. The properties in question were placed on the historic inventory, which we used to refer to as the potential landmark list back in 2019. The request to remove them came in on October 4th, was submitted to community development. It was reviewed by the Heritage Preservation Commission per the Unified Development Code, and they denied it on October 24th. So this is an appeal to the HPC's decision at their October 24th meeting. To kind of establish a baseline of understanding, the procedures and the requirements for this process all come under the Unified Development Code, which was adopted last year and came into effect on January 1st of this year. You'll note that on the screen is the section clipped from the UDC that identifies that it repealed and replaced in its entirety Chapter 4.7 of the city code previously, which was our Heritage Preservation Ordinance. Under the UDC, there is a procedure that is laid out. Chapter 60.500 of the UDC talks about and establishes procedures and the administration of the code. 60.500-200D is specifically related to this matter. It's the addition or removal of properties from the historic inventory. In that section, it shows the different steps with an appeal to City Council. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see in a little more detail, it states that the Heritage Preservation Commission, as signified by the D under that column, is the decision maker with an appeal to City Council. The brackets on the appeal, the A under City Council, indicate that that is when a public hearing is required under the UDC. So removing properties from the historic inventory, it is an allowed, the property owner may make that request by providing evidence that the properties do not meet the criteria as stated within the UDC. And it states that the HPC makes the determination as to whether or not the property meets that criteria. We have 8 criteria. Only one of the 8 needs to be met in order for it to meet the criteria. Specifically, it mentions 6200.040C, which is our 8 criteria. At the Heritage Preservation Commission, we focused on 2 specific criteria where there was evidence to support the properties being on the historic inventory. One of them, and the first one I'll mention, is criteria number 3, which is pretty simple and at face value. The property, and when I'm speaking about the property, I'm now speaking about all 3 of those buildings together because the application was for all 3 of those. All 3 of them do meet this criteria. Indeed, those properties were placed on the potential landmark list, the historic inventory, back in January of 2019. So clearly this criteria is met. But I think more to the point, the criteria number 1 is the property's character, the interest and value of these properties in terms of how they relate to the development and the heritage and culture, in this case of the city, and then also how that relates to the development of the state, really the region, and commercial areas within the United States. These properties built between 1873 and 1885 really exhibit of a typical pattern of development. It has to do with zero lot line development. It has to do with this is the way commercial buildings were built at that time. These 3 properties, and 2 of them in particular, really still continue to show and exhibit the architectural features on the exterior. But even more so, it's about that urban form. It's about the zero lot line development. It's about the lower floor commercial spaces that were used, how they changed over time. And again, when we talk about evidence that these properties meet the criteria, we've got the historic maps, we've got historic photos, we've got historic news accounts about how these were established, how they changed over time, how they related to the development of the city and of the commercial area within the city. So this was all presented to the Heritage Preservation Commission really in much more detail. The commission, Heritage Preservation Commission, did make the determination to deny the request to remove the properties. And they cited the evidence that was provided to them that evening. They also, of course, heard from the property owner in their request, but this was the decision. The result was a 5-to-1 vote, 1 abstention, and 1 vote to approve the request. This is what I have for you at this point. And I think if there are any questions right now, or should I step back and, okay.
All right, we'll invite you back up. All right, well, I'd welcome the applicant up to speak. Please introduce yourself and you have 10 minutes
Before I get started.
once you get started.
Oh, perfect, okay. And can I control that, or do I have to ask somebody to change time? Okay, good evening. Nice to meet you. 10 minutes is a short period of time, so I'm going to have to try to move quickly. I ask for your patience and ask that you maybe come into this with an open mind. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about what the evidence is with respect to why these properties do not belong on the HPC list. I'll call it. Okay, our appeal is basically 2 functions. I'm going to skip past the procedural. We acknowledge that the city, and we're thankful, provided us with documentation that the property owner was in fact notified of his property being on the list. But we do think there are some procedural issues regarding this is not an administrative function. It's when you're labeling somebody's property, which inhibits their right to alienate their property. It's more than an administrative function. Also, the UDC, it's brand new, July 2023. There are some inconsistencies in it. The paragraph above where it says it repeals the prior code, it says this is not intended to repeal, replace, or substitute. So there's some inconsistency there. Also, with respect to the right to a public hearing, it's very inconsistent where it says public hearing or public meeting. The property owner does not know whether they're entitled to a public hearing or not. We were not given a public hearing, but we're here. So I'm going to move to the substantive.
Can you just take 1 second and introduce yourself?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, go
I'm so
ahead.
sorry. So having said that, I am Bob Heist, and I am here on behalf of 311 Broadway Group, which consists of a group of people that are experienced experts in architecture, in building, in construction, and in development. And they've done a number of successful projects locally, within the state, and within the country, projects which involve non-historical properties and projects which involve historical properties. We are all committed to the preservation of Rochester with an understanding that because a building is old doesn't necessarily mean that it should be designated as a historical building. So this is a sort of an appeal on the substantive portion that contrasts the age of buildings versus the historical significance or the lack thereof of buildings. And I appreciate the reference to the evidence. And we're going to talk a little bit about what the evidence is. So let me just move through. It's our position. This comes out of the Minnesota Heritage Commission. Thank you for moving that. The statewide training manual. And it acknowledges that preservation is about managing change, but not freezing properties. Okay. And so our position is that we don't need to freeze downtown Rochester. We don't need to freeze these properties in time. We can be responsible and we can make a development project collaborating with the city in a way that preserves Broadway, preserves aspects of these buildings without stifling commercial development and without stifling the opportunity to invigorate downtown Rochester. I would say in response to the idea of HPC not giving a public hearing, I mean, even the city attorney in January wrote an email that says the property owner can request the property be taken off the list. If the owner makes this request, the HPC needs to hold a public hearing. That's not my word. That's the city attorney's word. So
Arguably, we didn't get procedurally what we should have received. Substantively, our arguments are this. Our presentation is this. I'm not arguing. I want to engage in a conversation. We're going to welcome questions. But basically, our presentation is these properties have no historical significance per the experts, PVN, hired by the city to do a comprehensive analysis. The Minnesota State Historical Preservation Office has rejected the PVN report and said these buildings they don't accompany a district because there is no district. And the reason there's no district is because it's overbroad in scope in terms of the years. It's overbroad in scope in terms of the definitional parameters of the district. And it's overbroad because it encompasses specific buildings that are not historically significant. That's PVN's evidence. Beyond that, we presented evidence that the 106 group hired by the city to do a comprehensive study submitted 3 reports, a context report, a phase 1 assessment of over 200 buildings downtown, and then a 3rd assessment of the non-downtown buildings. The experts' evidence, their assessment, is that these buildings are not historically significant and that they don't belong on a historical inventory. With respect to the PVN, I'm going to skip 1 and 3 because the city acknowledges those are the 2 most important. But I think it's important for you to have context of what PVN found and what the evidence is. Criteria 2. As a whole, Rochester, and I say these words respectfully to Rochester and to the city council, but as a whole, the downtown commercial historic district does not represent the location of a specific significant historic event. Does not. Criteria 4. As a whole, Rochester downtown commercial historic does not represent a person who significantly contributed to the culture and development of the city. Respectfully, does not. Criteria 5. The district was not identified by PVN as embodying distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style, period, or form of treatment. Does not. 6. PVN, the district again was not identified by PVN as being associated with an architect or master builder whose individual efforts influenced. So 4 of the 5 substantive criteria so far not met. 7, its embodiment elements, architectural design, detail, material. Quoting PVN, the Rochester district is not significant. Criteria 8, location, scale, and general architectural characteristics was not identified by PVN. I say that respectfully. PVN, the experts, 6 of the 8 criteria, 6 of the substantive criteria that go to what the National Registry looks for, what the Minnesota State Registry looks for in historic buildings, all 6 of them, not a single one did the experts find that these buildings comply with. As to the criterion for 3, they said it wasn't applicable. You've now changed the UDC to add the words possible future. So yes, it's possible future, okay? Criteria 1, the main one they rely on, that this criteria can apply to any building in the late 19th century, early 20th century that existed. It was a part of a growing community. It could be seen to fit within this. The State Historical Preservation observed this is essentially an argument of history rather than an argument of architecture. Remember, it's about managing change, not freezing properties. It's clear there's a higher level of historic significance and integrity needed to demonstrate that an individual building should be rendered as such. PV gave examples of freestanding buildings that satisfy that. None included the buildings in question. They gave examples of contiguous storefront buildings. None include the buildings in question. They identified various contributing buildings. None include Mr. Henderson's or Mr. Michaelitz's buildings. The State Historic Preservation Office, they disagreed with PVN because the period of significance was too broad, the boundaries are too broad, and historic integrity isn't there within specific buildings. It's difficult to see how this greatly diminished collection of buildings, I say this respectfully, represents the breadth of late 19th, 20th commercial development. It doesn't exist. These buildings don't support that. Did not appear to be clear explanation or justification for the proposed boundaries. The PVN, or the State Historic Preservation Office disagreed with the analysis of contributing buildings, specifically stating that these buildings have experienced significant changes, unsympathetic storefronts, altered upper floors, and loss of original cornices. I got to move quickly. I got 42 seconds left. It's essentially an argument of age in history, not architecture. I want to bring you to 106 group because the state recommended individual buildings be analyzed by the HPC. That was done. It was done by 106 group. This is the evidence. 106 group looked at 200 properties downtown. 90% of them were not historically significant. Properties in question are within that 176, not historically significant. For that reason, we're asking that you, with respect, tell the HPC that we don't belong on that list. And I think, do I have 5 minutes at the end? Okay, thank you.
Thank
I want to be
you.
respectful of your time. Thank you.
All right. We will open the public hearing, and we do have a number of people in the virtual queue and here joining in person. So Sean Kettlecamp, come on up. You have 5 minutes. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Sean Kettlecamp, Rochester, Minnesota. And just speaking to the freezing, being frozen in time and everything, I've said this before. As somebody interested in historic preservation, we're only asking for 1/1,000,000th the building space in this entire town. And the very idea that they're going to build it, they want to build something there that can't be built anywhere. If they don't want to preserve it and they're not interested in preserving it, then they have the option to sell it to people that would do that. Anyhow. Dr. Paul Scanlon recently came out with his terrific book called Rochester Memories. His first book, Rochester Stories, from 2021, was a big success, as I'm sure this new one will be. The two books, along with Virginia Wright Peterson's books, The Women of Mayo Clinic and Rochester, an Urban Biography, Amy Hahn's Hidden History of Rochester, the architecture books of Ken Olson and Alan Calavano's book featuring on the postcards of Rochester, have made an impact in Minnesota and beyond, because there is curiosity about the history of Rochester, Minnesota. And personally, I own those books, and but very often I think of them as Rochester's obituary, because it just seems like that you can't get the enthusiasm up to at least be able to share with people that come here what downtown Rochester really was. People ask that at the History Center. People used to ask that on tours at Mayowood. Where is the downtown in Rochester? And you kind of have to explain it to them, but and presumably they were able to figure out where it was. But Broadway Avenue, particularly that section of Broadway Avenue, is the most historic street in our town. It's a glorious past. And Will Mayo said in the remarks, in his last public remarks, I should say, in March of 1939, that Rochester is our hometown in which we have spent our lives and which we all love so well. And he also referred to his brother and their wives as sons and daughters of Minnesota pioneers. We're not feeling the love. it fills me with sadness every time we're called here to try to impress upon the city council or the HPC even that Rochester, Minnesota matters. And it's frustrating to say the least, but it's just, it's money has taken over all of these conversations and nobody wants to get a reasonable profit. They want like an astronomical profit for selling their land, but and buildings. We only have that one partial block left of the Rochester's principal business district. One thing I want to say too about that, having the PVM come, why do we always have consultants come down here to tell us what's historic in our own town? I don't remember anybody ever asking anybody from here, but they all go and have, it's always somebody coming to tell us, what you need, what you don't have, what everybody else has, and then Rochester goes chasing after it. The buildings are nearly 170 years old, but they are our past. And without them, how are we going to know or in future generations going to know who we were? Skilled masons that made the fine brickwork, they couldn't afford to do that in any case now. I mean, to replicate it or duplicate it. Rochester's an agricultural community, and the flour mill was right behind the buildings on the east side of Broadway, the Olds Mill Reservation.
And you're about at the end of your time.
Pardon me?
You're at the end of your time.
Here I go. The 300 block of South Broadway is Rochester's first brick business building.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kettlecamp, we're already 10 seconds over. Thank you for your testimony tonight. All right, we will call on those joining virtually. I have Scott Mason. Please unmute yourself using the *6 or unmute button in Zoom. Press *6 or unmute. All right, moving on, Barb Hudson.
Good evening. I would just like to say that I am in favor of keeping these buildings on Broadway. I know that Michael Coop, who is the director of our state historic preservation office, is also in favor of keeping these buildings historic. I think, Molly, you got a letter from Michael Coop who said that he supports that as well. Is that correct?
We don't
You
respond
can't
during.
say, but yes, he does support that as well. And this is our historic center. You see it in all the historic photos of this town, that this is what makes Rochester, Rochester, and nowhere else in Minnesota. So I would support that we save that. And I hate to see this be a contentious situation. I think that we can use this as an adaptability situation where the historic preservation people, the commission and Molly's department can work with owners and make it a adaptive reuse so we can keep the historic significance of these buildings and work with the developers to keep the outside of the buildings looking historic while using the capability of the developers to use them for whatever reason they want, as long as they keep the historic significance. So it can be a win-win situation. It doesn't need to be acrimonious. So I would hope that you keep that in mind, that we can, both of us, get a win-win situation with this as you listen to the other people give their historic backgrounds as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Andy O'Brien, use the unmute button or *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you speaking to item G2?
Did you already take public comment? For not
Yes,
on the agenda?
public comment. Thank you.
No. When is public comment for not on the agenda?
It's at the beginning of the meeting. All right, we're going to move back to
well-
our item we are on, and we have Casey McGregor.
Manny Kennewick, and I want to talk about the European architect. Yo, what is your problem? I was talking. I want to take.
Excuse me, when you're called on, we will take your comment, but we asked you to unmute earlier and it didn't work, so I did not realize that you were wanting to speak on item G2, but we will take this person right now who's in the council chambers, and we will come back to you, but please do so respectfully. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I ask why we let Jews suck baby penis on
Please, we will not be taking.
on GTV Flyers? You can learn all about Jews sucking babies off. It's fucking.
Right.
Okay. Casey McGregor. So I have had interesting day today. I've spent a lot of time on the phone talking with Michael Coop. I can confirm exactly what she just said. Jenny Way at the Minnesota State Historical Preservation Office and Todd Mahone at the Minnesota Historical Society. Council should ask the developer, Mr. Henderson, to avail himself of the resources available for historical preservation. The council should have Mr. Henderson consider such as the tax breaks likely available that could enable this great potential historic district in Rochester to thrive, embracing its history rather than erasing Rochester's most historic district and the community most likely to be available for National Historic District designation. There has been apparently no investigation into the history or potential national significance of these buildings, and that was said by Michael Coop. These buildings, the heart of the National Historic District in Wanting, could be treasured commercial properties that have lasting a permanent value to ownership, producing great returns, unique marquee properties to be competed for by leases. The council should set a precedent that buying historic properties in Rochester comes with the duty to preserve history. Rochester is to be a city of significance, not easily manipulated for short-term real estate plays. Minnesota is a young state, neglectful of need for historic preservation. This is Rochester's historic commercial district in waiting. A decision tonight rewarding citicism about our history and founding of this community would be the wrong kind of reward. The council should force any developer to consider the 40% tax deductibility on the table for National Historic Registry eligibility preservation. Rochester will be effective destination, drawing visitors if it embraces its unique and historic assets. This is one unique opportunity we have left for historic commercial district, would eliminate the biggest potential tourist favorite. Design guidelines can enhance and spark investment in the district. Do not let a smooth talking attorney discredit the words said by non-professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kevin Lund. Please introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes.
President Carlson, members of the City Council, City Administrator Zelms. I'm Kevin Lund and have been heavily involved in heritage preservation in our community for 40 years. I address you this evening in that capacity. I vigorously oppose the request to remove 309, 311, 313, 315, and 317 South Broadway from Rochester's historic inventory. At the outset, I would respectfully request that you not be fooled by the sleight of hand due process arguments that have been submitted to you, and also the PVN historic district analysis. We're not talking about a historic district right now. These buildings are historically significant landmarks of Rochester's early growth as a community and Southeast Minnesota commercial center. They represent Rochester's early settlement and the proud gateway to those entering our town. Many of these buildings still display the design and style of the time. The two main buildings on the requested removal are the Palace Block at 311, 313 and the Rommel Block at 315, 317, which represent two of the better preserved examples of life on Broadway in the late 1800s. Andrew Nelson, who came to Rochester from Norway in 1859, constructed the 311, 313 buildings, referred to as the Palace Block. Mr. Nelson, quote, had a great force of character and was prominent in city affairs, being 6 times an alderman and twice mayor. The Rommel family, who were involved in the construction of the architecturally unique 315, 317 Rommel Block, were important and well-respected individuals in families in Rochester as well. These buildings gained additional community importance in 1945, when Bach Music, a music business started in 1909 here in Rochester by Adolph Bach, relocated to this site from its original building across South Broadway. The Bach Music Company became the center for music in southern Minnesota and started a revolutionary business that supplied piped-in music to businesses in Rochester through telephone lines originating out of the basement, elevator music. One building deserves recognition, Nelson's Mammoth Store, which became the F.J. Payne Furniture Company at 311, 313 South Broadway. It is adorned with one of the finest examples of a French Second Empire facade in the state of Minnesota, a distinctly unique and rare architectural style. Mayor Samuel Whitten desperately wrote in a telegraph message distributed across the state on August 21, 1883, quote, Rochester is in ruins, 24 people killed, over 40 are seriously injured. We need immediate help, end quote. This building, the Payne Furniture Building, along with others, acted as an early meeting hall following the devastating cyclone, offering medical care, comfort, beds, and food for the homeless and destitute, set up by Mayor Whitten's Committee on Commissary Stores. In 1902, while Teddy Roosevelt was president, Payne Furniture Company opened an unprecedented 104-year run as a family-owned business. Contrary to the narrow and shallow analysis submitted by the property owners, these buildings satisfy at least 5 local evaluation criteria for landmark designation. 1, their character and value as part of our commercial development and heritage. 2, their location as a place of significant historic event. Rescue efforts following the 1883 cyclone that changed this community, this state, and possibly this nation forever. Their location within and contribution to a potential future landmark district. Their identification with a person who significantly contributed to the culture and development of the city. Andrew Nelson, Adolph Bach and his sons, along with F.J. Payne and his family. Rochester families of pioneering integrity, honesty, and entrepreneurship that created a critical part of the foundation, the backbone of this wonderful city. This is not an overstatement. And 5, the Payne Furniture Company facade, which embodies a distinguishing characteristic of an architectural style and is one of the most iconic pieces of architectural brilliance on our city landscape. These are not just old buildings. They are fully functional, vibrant, and structurally sound collection of buildings indelibly etched into our architectural, cultural, and visual fabric, defining Rochester's beginnings as a world-class city. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Any other comments on G2? Come on up, Mr. Skolnick. So introduce yourself and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm Barry Skolnick. You know, I find it interesting when people present facts. You know, sometimes there's facts, but then there are the true facts. And you know, and the problem is that when he's presenting like the 106 group. The 106 group did preliminary windshield type studies. They weren't the final thing, because I was on the commission when they did those, and I spoke to them, and they said those are just temporary studies. They're not the final studies. The final studies were done later by the 106 group, but not the studies that he's talking about, because they were preliminary also. If you look at what the SHPO actually approved, SHPO approved the downtown historic district. And I've sent that to all of you in writing. That's what they approved. What Howe's group is talking about is a preliminary report that was issued 8 months prior, that was then worked on by PVN and by HPC and by others, and came out with the, again, 8 months later with an approval. So SHPO, and which is the most important authority figures in the state, approved the downtown historic district. They didn't deny it, they approved it. I've sent that to all of you in writing. So that's a fact. So it's interesting that he's presenting something as a fact that was preliminary stuff and isn't the final version. You've got to look at the final versions. And that was true again for the windshield studies too. Those were preliminary things. I spoke to them. They said they were in a hurry to do them, so they did some temporary stuff. Look at what the final versions were. PVN's final version, SHPO's final version. And then also the staff was behind it too. Our own staff supported it. So our experts, independent experts, were in favor of landmarking this. Again, the other people that he's talking about, they may have some other reasons behind what they're doing, and that's fine. That's their right to sort of try their best. But the fact is, the independent experts at SHPO and the consultant, our independent experts, were all in favor of landmarking the downtown historic district. They were not against it. They're in favor of it. Anything kind of the contrary is just totally unfactual. So, I mean, they may think it is, but it's not, and I've sent you proof of that. So I think it's very important that you know that. And I might add that when Hal came down to the HPC, he didn't complain to us that he didn't have some of these things. These things came out later. Why wasn't that stuff, some of these complaints, done then? I don't know, but whatever the reason is, I'm just saying that we as the HPC have always approved this. We've looked at these buildings for years. We've begged the council to approve it. We want more incentives, but we do want the approval. Most people in the community that I've spoken to want approval with incentives, but still they want that to move forward. What Hal is presenting is just not the end result of the facts. The facts, again, SHPO approved it. There's no approval, nothing after that that counters that, nothing. So they was approve it. The PVN approved it. Molly has the report from PVN. She could tell you they approved it. So there is no such thing as that. What he's presenting are, again, preliminary things. I'm talking about the final results, and that's what matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? We'll wait until the rebuttal. Come on up.
Name's Kevin Reynolds. I'm a lifelong resident of Rochester. I'm actually going to speak to you about heart issues, and it's not about our heart, but how we feel in our heart. I think Kelly is, you're a Rochester native that I know of, but I don't know how many of you others are. I'm actually one of the administrators of the old Rochester, Minnesota Facebook page, 23,100 members. And I have a very large collection of historical photos and information about Rochester and share it on a regular basis, daily basis. I read many, many, many comments from so many people about these properties, about many properties of downtown. You realize we're down to like 3 blocks of original Rochester. Where do we draw the line in the sand? As far as if these were your hometowns, I don't know where your hometowns are, but think about it. If it was one of your last buildings of your hometown and there was a developer that wanted, you would hope that they would go elsewhere to do their development, right? And that's why I'm talking about the heart. volunteer all my hours every day on that Facebook page. And I don't know if any, I know some of you are actually members of my site, but I work very hard at it. When I started 7 years ago, there was only 1,500 members, and now we're at 23,100 strong, and people enjoy Rochester history and they're very involved in it, to the point that Facebook has actually been contacting us trying to get involved in my site because it's so active. I've had many people contact me with personal messages saying that young people don't care about these buildings. And I'll argue that point all day long. I got thousands of young people that make commentary on a regular basis on how much they enjoy the history of Rochester in these old buildings. And being 60 years old and lived here my whole life, I know the history of Rochester is more so to tear down than to retain. But we're down to our last 3 blocks. That's it. That's gone. You know, and anybody that grew up here would say, if you asked them specifically, where would you call the Rochester Historic District? There it is. That's it. And I don't know how anybody from the Twin Cities, New York, LA, I don't care where they're from, how they can argue with me. They're not. I've got 23,100 people that would back me in that argument. And many of them are up here. So just please consider and just look at your heart and what you would think about your hometown. And they're going to demolish and send it to the landfill. The last of it. We've watched so many buildings go, but this is the last. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Mr. Kriesel? Introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes.
John Kriesel, members of the council. What you've heard this evening has been factual. Mr. Heiss chose to ignore the most recent findings as put forth by SHPO and PVN. That made it convenient for him to try and push the removal of the historic buildings from the proposed list. I would ask, rather than reiterate everything that has come forward here to you this evening, I would ask I tried to get Cedric Payne here, by the way. Cedric Payne and his family were the ones that sold this property to Hal Henderson. I would like to have Hal tell the council tonight whether he thought that he was buying an historic building at the time when he bought it from Cedric and his family. And for him to deny that with some factual criteria. Because if I'm given a chance to rebut his potential answer, you will find that very, very curious. Because he knowingly knew that this was a historic building. I guess he's trying to backpedal now and say that it's not. If we remove these particular structures from this community, it's no longer the community that it once was that built it up to what it is today. As Mr. Lund put forward, when we had the cyclone ended up, without knowing at the time, putting this community in the light of the international wellness center that it's going to be transformed into. Best to stay humble and be appreciative of those that have come before us, lest we forget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
I urge you not to approve the removal from the historic list.
Thanks. Any others? Mr. Fagan, come on up. minutes. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Sean Fagan, along with my wife, Michelle. We own the property at 324 South Broadway, the Fagan Studios building. I've had the opportunity to host some of you inside the building to kind of show you what living, owning, taking care of these old buildings is like. That buying that building was our passion. That was our dream to own the building. Thankfully, that block existed because our neighbors invested their retirement into saving the block. If not for them, Rochester's vision in the early 90s was to tear down the east side of Broadway and put in a flat parking lot. That was Rochester's vision. Not too long ago, Rochester's vision was to put a 17-story skyscraper right behind 18 feet from our building. A 2-story building dwarfed by a 17-story building. That was Rochester's vision. I love my building. I will never do something different with my building. If it should ever change, I will move out of this country. It is my building, however. And I stand and I want to stand for people's private property that they own, that they've invested their sweat, their blood, their equity into. My neighbors who invested their retirement income to save the block, nobody wanted to touch it. No bank wanted to give them a loan in Rochester. They had to go to Hayfield to get a loan to save the building. And now Rochester is talking about coming in and taking control over pieces of our building, what we can and cannot do with our buildings. I don't think anybody would appreciate that of any of our property. I don't belong to your HOAs where I can get to dictate what you can and cannot do with your buildings. So again, I love my building. If it's important to the city, if these buildings are important to the city, you've got to step up to the plate and show us that it's important. To just slap us with more regulation, that's not going to cut it for us. I just got my property tax, double digits yet again, every 2 years. I'm a small business owner. I'm not some developer. Payne Furniture sat for sale for nearly 2 years. Who stepped up to buy it? Nobody else in this room did except for one individual. My building sat empty for sat for sale for 2 years in downtown Rochester 17 years ago when we bought it. Who stepped up to buy it? Who stepped up to say, I'm going to take this building, I want this? My wife and I did. If this is important to the city of Rochester, the city needs to show up. The original BRT link transport had to stop on this middle of this big important commercial block that we keep hearing from the community. It no longer stops on our block. To preserve old buildings for the sake of preserving old buildings is a very romantic idea. When I talk to family and friends, they're like, oh, I bet you're super excited about the historic district. And I have to say, no, 80% of us have no interest in being part of it. The city of Rochester does not have vision for it. We as entrepreneurs have vision. We come in and do things in those buildings. I'm excited about what was the Bloom project, the 17-story megaplex behind us. It's the first time I've seen the city step up and try to do something different and better downtown. Peace Plaza, that seems important to the city of Rochester. Why? How many millions of dollars has the city of Rochester invested in the Peace Plaza? How many has been invested into any of this part of downtown? Besides our new sidewalks and then brand new street lights that don't look like they belong in historic district. So I hope you hear the struggles that we as an individual property owners have, as 80% of private property owners have. It's not that I want to see these buildings go. But I'm here to fight for individual property owners. I'm here to fight for those that stepped up to the plate and said, I'll take care of this for now. I'm here to fight for what is that future vision. If you're interested, come flipping downtown and talk to us. We have what was a highway running through the middle of our downtown, or this historic old district. Can we put in diagonal parking spots? We hear parking is constant an issue. Coming out of the task force, coming out of COVID, coming out of the task force discussions, did anybody hear once that we want a historic district downtown? That's going to help us. No, slapping on more regulations isn't helping us. Saving old buildings and saving them is a romantic idea. I love it too. I'm a hopeless romantic. But we need a lot more than that. We need vision. I want a vibrant downtown. I want an exciting downtown. My building is hopefully a piece of that. I hope to keep doing that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Anyone else? You coming up?
My name's Michael Belknap, owner of 328 South Broadway, next to Fagan's Photo Studio, which is 324. And then we have 330, which is Bucky Beeman's building where Marl. You can all thank me, and I appreciate it, that we bought the building in 1992 when I moved to Rochester. Yankee and Colby had a plan to level that entire block up to the 1856 Tony Lund's building. And that was the only building that was going to be left. The rest was going to be a parking ramp or parking lot. And as Sean pointed out, we love old buildings. I lived in Europe for 14 years and I watched the Germans rebuild. They saved the facade. They brought new architecture in and conserve the old. And it's just beautiful. Whenever I travel, I go down to the old district. And that's where it's alive. We don't have that here. When my wife and I started this project, we could not find a bank in Rochester. We had to go to Hayfield. I liquidated all of our investments and savings, and we're still there today. We don't want to move. We want to preserve the past. The only two people in this room that I really watched struggle in the past is Kevin Lund and John Kriesel when I first moved in here, and they really made an effort. I mean, I thought especially the swimming pool down by the Silver, what is it?
Soldiers Field.
The Soldier Field. And it was such a beautiful architecture and the history, but it was just too expensive. And it is more expensive to renovate than tear down and rebuild. But you've got to find people that are willing to step up to the plate to do that. My wife and I did, and we want to see other people. We worked with Construction Collaborative on this project, and they were wonderful to work with, especially their architectures and in combining the old with the new. There's still many things we need to do interior wise. But the thing that has me concerned is, how do you get people, the owners of these buildings, to invest and keep investing? And that's not true, I don't think, of what Construction Collaborative or Hal Henderson did, because when I started working with him, it was his vision to level the west side of the street and build something new, and that's going to happen, unfortunately. Payne Furniture is beautiful. What a beautiful painted lady she would be, and to attract people downtown. But the way it has deteriorated and not been maintained is going to be extremely expensive from an engineering perspective. How do you get the owners incentivized to maintain our buildings that we live in? That's what you need. People who love those old buildings. And you've got to, when I moved here, the city council at that point in time, the city did not have a vision. Construction Collaborative had a vision. Mayo had a vision, but there was no vision for the downtown. And that entire east side was going to be leveled up to C.O. Brown, and they were going to put in a new building and the rest parking lot. So you're very welcome. My wife and I saved that block for you guys and the city, because it is just, we love it. And if you'd like to come down and take a tour, we can show you what it's like to live downtown and have commercial residency below. And that was the old way to do things. You lived above and you worked below. And that's what we're doing there. We plan on staying here as long as we can in Rochester. So you have a tough decision ahead of you. I wish you luck, and think about the future and what is your vision for the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. And any final commenters? All right, we will close the public hearing and invite questions from my. Ms. Woodward, did you have a,
Can I just clarify a couple items?
actually, we are gonna invite the applicant up and then we'll invite questions. Yeah, sorry, so come back up. Got a little distracted on process. So you have 5 minutes to provide a response, and then we will also open it up for a response from our staff and questions that would go above and beyond the 5 minutes. Go ahead.
You just get set up here. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, council members. I didn't introduce myself earlier, but I'm going to tell you in 30 seconds a little bit about me. I grew up in poverty, disadvantaged childhood, fought my way through college, through law school, and thought the attacks were over. My skin is thick. Personal attacks, to me, I'm not going to respond in kind. But I am going to refute the attack on my integrity. And the integrity that I represent in these four gentlemen right here, and the fifth who might be online. I spoke, communicated with Chippo. I communicated with PVN. I communicated with 106 Group. And I asked for documents. And I got confirmation. The documents that I had, that you now have. Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and then the PVN report. We asked the city for records.
Sorry, can you stay at the microphone, please?
So
Thank
sorry.
you.
We asked the city for records, and they graciously provided records. And some of those records revealed to me that some information that we had early on about not been given notice was not correct. And that's why we've abandoned that part of the appeal. But I was not provided a single document that refuted the SHPO records that were given to us, the PVN records that were given to us, or the 106 Group records. As an officer of the court, not a single record was given to me that refutes those reports as final. I urge you to read those reports. They don't say preliminary. They don't say draft. They're extensive. They're comprehensive. And I was responding to the city's call for, let's look at the evidence. It's not me saying it. It's the experts. Why do we have experts come in? Because local governments, with all due respect, just can't run roughshod over their citizens. And you want cover. You want to know what the experts say. You want to rely on the experts. I'm not a historian. I'm not a builder, an architect. I don't know how many of you are educated in historical preservation. But that's why we rely on the experts. And that's what the evidence says. So you can attack me personally. I can handle it. But don't attack the evidence without showing me that it's wrong. And that hasn't been done. That's the evidence. I'm a problem solver. We got a problem. I want to be a part of the solution. Sorry. These gentlemen want to be a part of the solution. There is a solution to be found here. But it has to start with taking the scarlet letter off of our buildings, removing the tag that impedes our ability to engage in conversation about a solution. Rochester is in control of this solution. Rochester can become a certified local government, which is necessary in historical preservation. And what does that mean to the property owner? It opens up incentives that right now are not available because Rochester has not, unfortunately, and I say respectfully, without pointing the finger, the fact is Rochester is not a certified local government. This issue has been hanging for 10 years from what I can gather or more. And that step should have been taken because that's what then you can give to the property owners as an incentive. Beyond that, there is no incentive package to help property owners deal with this issue. Let's develop an incentive package. Let's put something together. Let's collaborate and communicate and find a solution. If we do that, Rochester can continue to grow as a community. It can get better. It can be bigger. It can prosper while preserving the history in Rochester. That's what these gentlemen are here to do, to work with you, to collaborate. The second woman, I can't remember her name, spoke eloquently, the young lady. I think it was this young lady right here. I agree with her. Let's work together. This doesn't have to be adversarial. Let's work together and find a solution for these buildings and a solution for the rest. And to do that together, we can make Rochester strong and continue to grow and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll invite you back up if there are questions. Otherwise, Ms. Woodward, you were going to address a few of the issues that came up.
Yes, thank you. Council President, council members, I just wanted to clarify a couple of items. One, what is before you is not a historic district and a review of that. What is before you is really looking at whether these 5 property addresses or 3 buildings should remain on the historic inventory. And that was what was before the HPC. And there was those 2 criteria that Molly identified earlier in terms of why they should remain on the historic inventory. This is not to be whatever decision as it relates to the historic inventory. The historic district is a separate matter. And I just want to clarify that leaving these properties on the historic inventory doesn't necessarily mean that there's a deemed approval that they should now be part of that historic district. That would need to still come before you as a public hearing and a separate action item. So I want to clarify because a lot of the evidence and the documentation the applicant has provided as relates to the historic district and not necessarily evidence as it relates to the individual properties and whether they should be removed from the inventory. We are certainly open to continuing to work. I think we are not a CLG, a certified local government. Part of the reason there was prior concern about the level of restrictions and some of those other items, which is why we've been trying to develop a heritage preservation program that is responsive. As you guys are very well aware, we've been before you several times throughout this past year talking about incentives and getting feedback as we continue to look at that as a whole. But I just wanted to make sure that there's clarification on what is before you and really that there should be, we provided documentation and kind of evidence as to relates to these properties.
Thank
And
you.
I can stand for any questions.
All right. Are there other questions? Member Keen?
Yeah, and this is for staff up front, but again, just to address this, I feel like I'm getting conflicting testimony on the, whether the experts and whatever we want to refer to them as, I understood that when I looked at the documentation, I know we're not talking about the historic district, but these buildings were recommended, and that is how they got put into this historic inventory?
Yes, they were recommended to be part of the historic district, and there is a letter from SHPO from 2019 stating that they're overall they are contributing buildings to the historic district. And as part of that overall study, the list of those properties was included on the historic inventory.
Okay, and I don't want to muddy the waters between the district or not, but that is the method that these got put into. At the time, it was called the potential list.
That is correct.
Okay, can somebody help me? And this might be too much history, but the original historic ordinances were put in place in about 2014, 2015, and there was a potential list built at that time. It is my understanding these properties were not put on at that time.
Yeah, Councilmember Keen, that is correct. They were not placed on the initial potential landmark list. They were placed at a later time. And the citation of why they were placed by the Heritage Preservation Commission at that time in 2019. Their reasoning as cited was the documentation on the history of these buildings as provided for in the downtown district study. So there's a difference between how you evaluate the properties, but the information, the historic information on these buildings was contained within that study. But still, it's a different thing. It's not about the historic district, it's about the inventory.
Okay. I'm probably digging for the wrong history here, but there wasn't anything done back in 2015 or so that said they weren't. And after the district came on, they were. There's no documentation like that.
No, I think there was multiple there was review when they were developing the historic district, and maybe this is part of the confusion that they kind of started with an overall number of buildings and they reviewed them, and that shifted in terms of what was included or not included. But when these buildings were placed on the inventory, it was based on a study that was completed and identifying contributing properties that would become part of that historic district, which is why they're now listed on the inventory.
Okay, that's helpful. I hear different words like landmark and certifications, and then there's different kinds of or national levels and things. But going back to just our inventory, I want to get a feel for the numbers here. We have this thing called the historic inventory, used to be called the potential list. Maybe it's more than that, but can you give me a feel? Are there 30 properties on there or 300? And then how many are actually in the list of certified, studied, approved historic properties by the city of Rochester?
Sure, yep. So on our historic inventory, there's approximately 100 buildings. Approximately 30 of those, so about a third of those are also listed as contributing to the proposed downtown historic district.
Okay.
We also have, I believe we're up to 15 historic landmark properties. Those are properties that the initial 13 were adopted by city council back in, I believe, 2017. And then we've done the additional valuation, which has come before the city council here within the last 2 years. And I believe we've added 3 properties within the last 2 years.
Okay, so just again, high level summaries, there's in that range of 15 to 20 historic properties. There's another 100 on a potential list, which we sort of treat as historic when it comes to if it would come to managing them or demolishing them, but we don't treat them the same as the 15 to 20 that are actually listed as landmarks.
Correct.
Okay. One last question here, just to make sure I'm going about this right tonight. I mean, I'm hearing a lot about criteria and the arguments of how these properties stack against criteria. That makes me think that this council is operating in a quasi judicial manner tonight, and that we are making judgments of fact of here's the criteria. If 1 is met or 2 is met, that leads us to a decision. It's not a judgment call as I understand it.
That is correct. That is part of the reason there was a staff report attached with those 2 criteria listed in terms of the 8. These are the 2 criteria with the documentation to back that up.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Bransford, anything else?
Well, yeah, I guess, yes, both. So just to clarify, this is a quasi judicial decision, such that if we were to gainsay staff, we would have to come up with criteria, a rebuttal to the criteria. Is that correct? That's how I understand a quasi judicial role.
Mr.
Yes,
Simulacra?
I would chime in on that. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I do have a question for Ms. Patterson-Lundgren about the historic district itself, not particularly individual properties, but the district itself. And I wrote it down and I'm in the wrong spot. So what restrictions does the historic district place upon individual properties? And does that preclude a future request for a demolition permit? Or what would that look like if any given property were in the district?
Sure. Yep. Well, I'll answer your second question first, which is it does not preclude a request for demolition and for ultimately the city council to decide to approve a demolition. That's within our process, within our procedures. There's a very specific procedure that is outlined within the UDC for that process. In terms of what is allowed for property alteration once a building is placed on the landmark designation, I think is what your first question was. So we have adopted set of design guidelines, which helps explain this process. And we've adopted by reference, the city council adopted by reference, the Secretary of Interior Standards, which provides guidance as to how to treat alterations to historic buildings. So what that means is that if somebody proposes an alteration at their property, first of all, they they submit a certificate, the request for a certificate of appropriateness. We review that at the city personnel level first. There are many things that we can approve at that level without taking it to a commission. If we can approve them, we do so. We sign off on it. If we're not able to approve it, they can appeal our decision to the HPC, and ultimately that can be appealed to the city council.
Thank you.
Right, Councilmember Palmer.
I got about 7 questions for you. I'm gonna start off, the first time I've ever heard of certified local government. What is that?
Certified local government, actually, that is contained within our Heritage Preservation Plan, which was adopted back in 2020. So just as a reminder, that is in that information. That is a program, a partnership between the local, the state preservation office, and the federal government. If you as a local government, as we as a local government enter into an agreement with the 2 other parties, it gives us the ability to acquire grant money for things like training of the Heritage Preservation Commission, to do some studies, that type of work. It does require that we enter into that agreement and make certain commitments to our program. We are not a certified local government. We're not required to be a certified local government to operate this
So
program.
does that mean we're not committed?
I don't know that that means we're not committed. I would say that that means we're not committed at this point in writing to follow certain requirements of the program.
Ms. Steinhauser has a comment. Go ahead.
Sure, if I may just, thank you, Councilmember, or Council President Carlson, if I could just add to the certified local government. One of the things I want to clarify is Molly indicated there are certain requirements. It is because it is a partnership at the local, state, and federal level. It brings with it requirements. As we went and did the analysis, the cost benefit factors, grant funding, there's a little bit of grant funding that's available to cities, $10,000 or less, to do analysis of buildings. The incentives that property owners are eligible for, such as historic tax credits, state historic tax credits, are something that are eligible whether or not a city is a certified local government. Certified local government sets up as Molly indicated, it's an agreement at the state and federal level that allows you to do certain things at the local level. But in our analysis, the pool of incentives is not, would not warrant, from our opinion at this time, creating a certified local government, because they can get tax credits and other things regardless of whether or not we have CLG status.
So we're not working towards it.
Not at this
Not at this time, we're not.
Okay. Is it true that on the east side of Broadway that the city wanted to have it be a parking lot?
I don't know. That's before my time. I have not found documentation as to that plan. That very well could be. I just don't have that in the
Doesn't
file.
surprise you. Okay. So from a HPC perspective, Soldiers Field Park, is it historic?
So I think the question from,
The HPC, did they say that Soldiers Field Park is historic?
so they said that it has historic significance under at least some of the 8 criteria. Historic significance under the criteria, I think is what you're asking. When
So
you say
that's
is it
what the
historic?
HPC says,
The HPC has indicated that, yes, that's their opinion.
and staff does not agree with that.
Correct.
Okay, so let's go, I'm gonna go down a little route here. So if this building became designated as historic and the snow came and the roof collapsed, does the city come in and fix the roof?
That would be up to you as the city council if you wanted to do that. That's you would make that decision if you wanted to do that.
Ms.
Why
Steinhauser?
would we then demolish the building?
Councilmember Palmer, Ms. Steinhauser.
The city would enforce in terms of the building code at that point, because that's could potentially lead to a structural issue, but not having a roof, that would be something that we would enforce in the building code, not through the historic preservation code. We would not, and we do not have a fund to go in and do improvements to property unless the council wanted to allocate those dollars.
So if the roof collapsed because of the snow, the city wouldn't go in there and say, we're gonna fix the roof because we find this to be an historic building and we really want to save it. Am I reading that right?
That is correct. We would enforce from a building code, work with the property owner to do the roof repair.
Okay, and then as of today, do we have any incentives for our historic preservation people?
Yes, we do have,
And what are they?
incentives under the UDC. There's several incentives, including, it's escaping me right now. Pardon me.
There's an opportunity for transfer of development rights that it's identified under the UDC that became new as of January. There's also funding through the RDA for facade program. And then we have access to TIF funding, as do other projects in the downtown area and throughout the city.
But the first one, we haven't funded that. Have we?
The transfer of development rights,
Correct. I mean,
That-
if somebody's gonna pay somebody to do it, I'm assuming people aren't gonna do it for free.
in general, that's between two property owners that they have the ability to sell their property rights between them. So it's not necessarily something that needs to be funded by the city to make available.
So we can't count that for city. So the second one would be TIF, and the second one was what?
The other one is there's a facade program that's available through the RDA.
And how much can they get on that?
20, I think it's about 20,000.
20,000. And does the city contribute to that?
Those are city dollars. That is city. We partner with RDA to administer the facade grant program.
Okay, my last question, I've got out of the agenda, August 27, 2018, they're talking about the assessment questions, the period of significance, the boundaries of the historic district, historic integrity of the buildings within the proposed district. The State Historic Preservation Office disagrees that doesn't meet it. That's in the packet.
Yeah, that's in the packet because it was submitted by the applicant.
Okay.
So you received all of the information he submitted as the application. It's not related to whether or not these properties meet the criteria for the historic inventory. That's related to the historic district.
Correct.
Okay.
But
Yep. So,
this is gonna be, okay.
yep,
But
there
I have a
is,
1,000-page agenda.
yeah,
I
know.
didn't read anything from the city that said that's not true.
Right. There is a letter, a follow-up letter the following April that was sent from the State Historic Preservation Office.
And is that in our packet?
That is not in your packet.
Okay, never mind then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Councilmember King?
I just wanted, one other question for the applicant. I just wanted to understand, we went through, we talked about these two criteria, 1 and 3, you presented the other ones. Is there a certain point you were trying to make? I don't know if there was I understood that this property didn't strip those, but I'm not sure if you were trying to get something across to me, I'm looking for it.
That's fine. I failed. I'll make my point very clear.
Thank you.
And I will say that the SHPO,
In the microphone, please.
pardon me?
Get closer to the microphone.
Oh, I'm so
People can
sorry.
hear you.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. No outside organization made any assessment that these specific properties satisfied any criteria. That was all internal to the HPC. What I was demonstrating is that the experts that looked at the 8 criteria, 6 of which are substantive, 6 of which are part of the State Historical Preservation Office criteria and the National Preservation criteria. Those 6 that go to the architectural significance, the place significance, the person significance, those criteria that make a particular place, piece of property, building, structure historically significant, they all found none. To the point that to say that try to discount the PVN report because it speaks to a historic district, it's not appropriate, because in the PVN report, which I tried to highlight in my very brief time, they identify specific properties that are contiguous. They didn't identify these properties as that. They identified specific properties that have historical significance because of their construct. They didn't identify these properties when they did that. They identified properties that are contributing to the historic district. They did not identify these properties. So I was pointing out the absence in the face of listing specific properties of any reference to these properties, demonstrates that these properties were not recognized as historically significant. And then that's not adopted, but independently, the 106 group experts made the same determination, and they specifically looked at these properties in a phase 1 assessment and said they don't satisfy the criteria. That's the point that I'm trying to highlight.
Okay. And you don't have to answer this if it's misleading, but
You're gonna tell a lawyer not to answer something? I don't think so.
no, you help me again. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you telling us the criteria we're trying to evaluate against are wrong?
What I'm suggesting to you is that the criteria number 3 was changed, specifically changed in response, and I say this respectfully, but I understand why they did it. I don't agree with it, but they changed it to add the language in a possible future landmark district, because they knew there was no landmark district because SHPO hasn't approved it. And I want to be very careful here. I have not seen, and I've asked for documents. I keep hearing that there's some subsequent letter that should be in the evidence. That should have been submitted. If at a minimum, it should have been provided to us.
All right, Mr.
All right,
Reese,
no,
we've
this is
heard
a-
that point. So
Yep.
any other questions?
No,
Other-
that's helpful. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Again, I
fine.
wanted to understand just the purpose of going through it. So this is helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple more questions. Councilmember Kirkpatrick, then Palmer.
Thank you. This question is for staff, please. At the beginning of the presentation, despite Mr. Henderson's team claiming that 6 of the 8 criteria are substantive based on state or federal criteria, I believe he said. I think we're in Rochester, Minnesota, our town. And I think you said that only 1 of the criteria needs to be met of the 8 for us to consider it.
Yes, Councilperson Kirkpatrick, thank you for the question. Indeed, the 8 criteria have been established by the city council. They were adopted, actually, I can find it as far back as 2014, that it was those criteria. Yes, as the council has adopted new iterations of the requirements, they have changed slightly over time, including the last time with the council's adoption of the UDC. So it is the 8 criteria are our local criteria that have been established by the city council, by code, by ordinance.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Palmer.
For the applicant, I got 2 questions. So you said, I believe that compromise is kind of would be something we'd look for. Does that mean send it back for a public hearing to Heritage Preservation?
So I think that's a possibility, okay? And I think it might afford a more robust presentation. Obviously, I see on the agenda that you're looking to remove from the table the whole issue of the historic district, and the city is trying to get a meeting scheduled, I think January 24, a public hearing for that on January 24. So obviously, these things are very strategic. I understand why they're doing that all of a sudden after 10, 12, 15 years. So I would like that, I think that should be taken into consideration. So, maybe you don't move it off the table and you let us go back and get the public hearing that we were entitled to. And we use this time to really engage in some meaningful discussions about finding a solution to this.
Do you have a property inspection report that you can make public?
I'd have to check with I have not seen that right now. I'd have to check with that.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then a question for staff. Why didn't we have a hearing for the HPC?
Why is it being referenced as entitled to?
There was, as identified in the UDC, there isn't a requirement to have a public hearing as part of the HPC meeting, but as policy, the HPC affords the applicant an opportunity to speak and present, and that was given the applicant. So the applicant was given an opportunity to present before the HPC. It wasn't a formal public hearing, but that is not required as part of the UDC.
It's not required?
It is not required.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
I just want to jump off of Palmer's question and your response, Ms. Woodward. So just please clarify for me then, because I'm a little confused. should there be a public hearing with the HPC for this item?
Well, we adopted the UDC that does not require the public hearing. So
Okay, yeah,
that's our policy. Ms. Steinhauser?
okay.
Thank you, Council President Carlson. I just, as I'm listening to the comments this evening and just some of the last suggestions about sending it back to HPC, I guess I'd maybe perhaps propose an alternative, and that would be that many times we find that we can get to a yes when we have an opportunity to sit down with the developer, understand what their objectives are, understand what the code is, and not saying that it happens overnight, certainly, but we have found that when all parties come to the table in a willing conversation, that we can usually get to something that helps them achieve their vision and helps us understand what kind of expectations they might have of the city. It often leads to, would we anticipate a development agreement at some point in the future, and financing mechanisms and so forth. But it really feels like we've not given this project that kind of conversation. I think there was just some initial to understand what does the code require, but I would say that perhaps what is most appropriate is to pause and let us sit with the developer and understand what they want to achieve with the project and what we might be able to do that balances both preservation as well as allowing them to renovate and expand in a way that's in alignment with a future vision that they have for the use of their property. I just throw that off as a suggestion because I don't know that we've done that. We've had initial meetings, but not something that allowed a deep dive. We've not seen financials. We've not seen real intimate details of the proposal.
Stand in support of that?
Appreciate your comment there, but go ahead, Councilmember
Okay,
Kirkpatrick.
thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. So building number 317 has what looks to be, I don't know, significant western wall, back wall, adjacent to the alley damage. I'm wondering if that meets current building code for renters. What Mr. Palmer asked about a building inspection report or a building code report. I can't believe that the building is in as significant a disrepair as being claimed when there's renters in it. Are we not following through on something, or?
I can address that, Councilmember Kirkpatrick. Our team completed building inspection on that property perhaps 6 months ago or so, and we did have concerns that have been addressed. And at this time, we do not have building code violations that we're aware of on that property.
Thank you. I guess the only other thing that I want to ask about is this would be for the client. You said that it's really expensive to renovate and to redo, or perhaps it wasn't you, I apologize, perhaps it was a different speaker, but isn't it certainly far more expensive to demolish and rebuild something new?
Well, respectfully, I did not speak those words, and I didn't bring anything up about the state of repair of or condition of the building. But to answer your question, I think one of the last gentlemen who's a building owner in town, he expressed an awareness based on some level of experience that it's typically much more expensive to try to rehabilitate something that's in disrepair. And I'm not speaking to this now, I'm speaking generally based on what his observations were and some of my experience in doing construction litigation, that sometimes it is much more expensive to try to fix something than to simply start over. And I'm not saying that that's what these gentlemen intend to do. So I really urge to not misinterpret my words and not let a narrative begin to be developed that we are not espousing and we are not putting forth. We are putting forth a narrative of solution finding, problem solving. And I really love the idea of finding a way to move this in a direction that affords everybody the chance to sit down, because I truly believe that we can find a solution to this if we do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wall?
A letter that has been in question through the evening, a subsequent letter from SHPO dated April 19th, 2019, while not a part of the packet given to us, has been provided to us by Mr. Skolnick. Should that not be a part of our decision-making since we have that before us?
I'd like staff to respond, thanks. I assume that's your directive to staff. Yep.
Thank you for the question. That letter, as relates to the overall historic district, we can certainly provide a copy of what is listed. It just says that there are a number of buildings that are considered contributing. It doesn't necessarily identify these specific properties, and that is really what is before you. They are part of the contributing and the related study.
Okay. No, unless you had a specific question for the applicant. All right. I think we are ready to move on to a motion. If there is one. Or
I'll make
Councilmember
a
Dennis,
motion
hold
to-
on one second. Did Councilmember Dennis have a question?
It's been 2 hours. I thought maybe it might, before we do a motion or.
Oh, yep. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene at 9:05.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Patience. call the meeting back to order. Ms. Steinhauser.
Recording in progress.
One item of clarification before we ask for motion. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Council President Carlson. In my earlier suggestion, one thing as staff reminded me, I failed to mention, there is a 60-day shot clock here at play. And so an extension would fall outside of that 60-day shot clock. So regardless of what the council decides to do this evening, yeah, I think the offer still stands that we want to sit down and better understand the project and find a way to work with the developer. But there is the shot clock in place with this matter. So I just want to make sure that the council is aware of that.
Councilmember Palmer.
Can that be waived by the applicant? Or extended?
Yes, that can be waived by the applicant if we receive that in writing.
Okay. You ready for a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to continue this until February 21st of 2024.
Second for discussion.
All right, Councilmember Palmer, go ahead.
Well, I think we have an opportunity to have everybody sit down and kind of take care of some of these things and come back to us, and we can make February 21st, make a quick decision.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, I don't know what I don't like the terminology of shot clock and stuff, but I think, I'm not going to support the continuation at this point. I think we've got the information in front of us. We've had the public hearing. I think there's other things we should be doing, but the continuation just doesn't feel right tonight.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Okay, so I can appreciate what you're saying. I just want to state, I am vehemently against these buildings being taken down. I think it's a ludicrous idea. I am all for the history of Rochester, and I completely honor personal building rights. I honor the passion that people have put into restoring our buildings and keeping our history going, because so much of it is gone. So very much of it is gone. And when those architectural pieces are gone, the stories are gone. Everything that I heard said tonight, I found an element that was very truthful to me, that I could believe in, and that I thought was very just and right. The part about the heart, letting the people decide, plays kind of into what we're talking about with continuing. I think there needs to be more dialogue around this. However, I don't know how we would make this a motion or amend it or maybe add something. I'd like to hear from staff if February 21st is enough time to actually bring groups together. But at the same time, I want to vote on this appeal tonight. But make sure that we as a council are able to direct staff into further engagement to see what we can do about this, because we do need a plan. We do need a plan for activating, energizing, utilizing entrepreneurial vintage spaces with just all of our public, all of our residents, all of our patients and visitors. So I need a little help doing that, but that's, I guess, jumping off of both of what you two gentlemen said.
Ms. Steinhauser.
Yes, so thank you. Just to clarify, they have to waive their right in writing.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you can make a motion to continue it until February, because we've not received something in writing. Having them waive their right.
Right,
So,
the
Mr.
concern would be
Yancer?
simply that you extend it to there and then we don't actually receive that in writing. So, I mean, you may be the cart's ahead of the horse there in that we don't actually have that wave shot clock in writing from the applicant.
Councilmember Palmer, you should have asked before the motion. Go ahead.
We're going to amend the motion that we receive in writing a shot clock waiver. Brian, shot clock waiver
Yes.
in the next 7 days. We
Sure, and
receive
what
it.
happens if we don't receive that?
Well, then it.
Can they write it right now on a piece of
No.
paper?
Councilmember Palmer, what are you asking?
I'm asking for the applicant to come back within the next 7 days with a letter that says we'll waive the shot clock so they can have a discussion. I need a second though. Okay.
No second.
Nice.
All right. Councilmember Wall, sorry.
With due respect to Mr. Henderson and the fine work that he and his people have done in our city for a long time, I too am supportive of trying to keep what we can of our historical buildings. If we were to uphold the HPC position, it seems to me that a lot of that discussion would still be had that we're discussing, that we're talking about, that the property owners would still need to sit down with the city and say, well, then what can be done? It would still be in the spirit of compromise to try and get that win-win situation.
Thank you, Councilmember Dennis.
So I'm always about having thorough government because it's not necessarily, efficiency doesn't always make good government. So having more time usually is a good thing. However, we have everyone here who has come and passionately spoke. We have, people have reached out. I've met for coffee. I still have the gag order, so I haven't been able to call and connect too much to the staff, but I do have a really good idea of what's being presented, the council packet and the testimonies. So I don't think it's good to continue this when we have already invested so much time and had so much ways to prepare for this as it is. So I would not be in support of continuing it. I think we should vote on it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Keen.
Call the question.
Okay, I haven't spoken yet. I'll just I really appreciate the commitment of your team to think about the future of Rochester, and I hope that you will continue to be creative in how you think about investing in our community. But I agree with some of my colleagues, Councilmember Wall, that there's room to do that in a different way than has been proposed. And I really encourage the team to work with staff. And if you're still interested in thinking about how to improve those buildings, then I, as the DMC representative, have been very supportive of using DMC dollars to potentially create some incentives to contribute public resources in doing so. So I'm not in favor of the motion to continue. Right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. Back to the original. If there's
I'd
a
like to
motion.
move to leave the property on the historic inventory based on our criteria and direct the staff to engage with the property owners for improved options going forward.
Okay, Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, this is.
Second.
Yeah, Bransford seconded.
Good second aloud.
He
Um,
whispered
Is it mental?
it. I heard it.
It's down at this end, I actually think the specific property in front of us, the problem in front of us is applying the criteria. And if we, as a quasi judicial board, say we've approved this criteria and we apply it, it would say to leave the property on there. Beyond that, we have this other thing of a not having a historic district, and I think we're trying to step up to work through some of those things. We have worked through some of this thing with incentives, and frankly, I don't see the balance how we're going to get to the point that we have the ability to provide enough incentives to take these private property owners and make them think the risk of going into this is going to be worth it. But that's not in front of us tonight. What's in front of us tonight is whether this specific property meets the criteria to come off the historic inventory, and I would vote to deny the appeal.
Okay, Councilmember Palmer.
Well, we've had this discussion many different times, and I'm going to go back. I think Mr. Fagan said it best. He did it for love. In being a building inspector for 25 and a half years, I was in all these buildings, and you go on these buildings, and these owners have a love, a vision for these buildings. Building safety beat them up. The fire department beat them up. Their bank beat them up. Their spouse probably beat them up. And they love these buildings. And the city of Rochester did absolutely nothing to help them. Absolutely nothing. And now you're sitting here and you're going to say, oh, by the way, I don't have any money for you. I don't have any incentives for you. I'm not going to do a certified local government. We just looked at that in 2020. We have nothing to give these people, but we're going to say, I'm going to make you jump through another hoop to do something to your building. You know, and some gentleman said, you know, I was born in Rochester. In 1959, I was born at St. Mary's Hospital. I've never been in any of these buildings, but the coffee shop, I think. Never been in the Payne building. Doesn't mean anything to me, literally. There's lots of buildings in Rochester that does. But I go back to these poor people who sit there and work and work and work. And the passion from Mr. Fagan is what drives these buildings. The Honorable Judge Lund, he built that building. He fixed that building up with love. He didn't do it because he was going to make money. But I mean, sometimes the buildings just get to be too old, and you know, if it gets wrecked or the snow takes care of it, we're not going to go and fix it. So I think this is not a good way to go, and I think we could have sat there and compromised maybe a little bit and talked to the owners, but I guess the council doesn't want to do that, and I don't support the motion.
I think there was some good discussion about potentially using the Economic Vitality Fund for
I've never heard
incentives
that.
to, it was before us at a study session as one source of the funding for incentives along with DMC. So there have been discussion of incentives, and we will discuss further if we remove the historic district from the table. Right. Is anybody else wanting to comment, or should we vote? Councilmember Dennis.
I just want to acknowledge, I do know it is a struggle. I have a family who's owned historical buildings and it's very difficult. So to repair and to upgrade. And so I hear the struggle for those who own and are having those issues to make it efficient and environmental and sustainable. However, like I've mentioned many times, that with you look on, well, first off, you look on the wall here, you see historical buildings. You know, this is not my hometown where I grew up, but it's my hometown now, and I believe very strongly that the ambiance and the history is so important for us to preserve and protect. So once a building is gone, it's gone for forever. So I am very strong in supporting the history of our city. So I'd like to keep it on the inventory. Thank you.
Any other comments? Call the question.
No, I'll just say many things Councilmember Palmer says are accurate. I really do struggle with the balance between the private property and how these properties are maintained and the tools the city can come up with to help them. And again, I don't know where we're going to go with this because I think it is a difficult confluence of those who want their community to be a certain way, trying to exert authority over other people's private property, and it's a difficult problem.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you, everyone, for speaking with such passion and coming tonight. All right, we will move on to H1, and I know the Experience Rochester team is in the back and hoping to share some of their progress, but I believe Administrator Zelms, you're kicking us off.
Certainly, Council President, council members, members of the public, while they're setting up, I will just kind of establish again that this is part of the annual review of the Experience Rochester budget. So you did establish with passage of your 2024, 2025 two-year operating budget, the funding level coming from the city to the operating contract for Experience Rochester. So that's been established. What they're here to present is a little look back for 2023 and then the total budget for Experience Rochester in 2024. And with that, I would turn it over to Jacob Mowitz. He is the president of the Experience Rochester board.
Right. President Carlson, members of the council, good evening. My name is Jacob Mowitz. I serve as chair of the board for Experience Rochester. Accompanying me this evening is Joe Ward, president of Experience Rochester, along with members of our leadership. We are here to provide you with an annual update, which will include a retrospective of the past year, a glimpse into the future, and the sharing of valuable insights. Undoubtedly, the recent years have posed significant challenges for all of us, but I am pleased to report that 2023 demonstrated remarkable success at Mayo Civic Center, and our outlook for 2024 is even more promising. Having served on the Experience Rochester Board of Directors from day one, I am proud to have witnessed the success of our unique operating partnership, and I extend my sincere gratitude for your trust. At this time, I would like to invite Experience Rochester President Joe Ward to guide you through our presentation. Joe?
Thank you, Jacob. Good evening, Council Member or Council President Carlson, Council Members, City Administrator Zelms. Really glad to be back here, and I appreciate Jacob coming. We're starting year 5 of this contract and our partnership with the city, and just really glad that he could give a little insight because he was kind of there for the before and the after, or at least the ongoing. Let's not apply after. Do appreciate getting here, able to get up at 9:22 instead of 12:05 a.m. like last year. So I do appreciate that. But anyway, on we go. I think, for us, the story here at the Mayo Civic Center, as we look through, again, typically it's the last year, same organizational overview, just a little bit of year in review, financial review, and then the road ahead. So as typical, we've talked about a lot of this before, same council as before. We're guided by 4 pillars. So fiscal responsibility, economic impact, campus management, and operations, i.e. one roof, and the community focus, keeping the civic and civic. It was loud and clear when I came aboard in 2019, and it's loud and clear to this day that there needs to be a civic element at the Mayo Civic Center. Seems pretty obvious, but in a lot of communities, it's not so obvious. I think the story for the Mayo Civic Center in 2023 as we continue, it's a story of resilience still. We're really 18 months kind of post different COVID world. There's that gap in the meeting and event world. So it finally caught up to us. And for the last 18 months, we're getting to see really what the new, what our new life looks like from a meetings and large gathering standpoint. So one thing we have learned, so there's a great deal shorter window for bookings, which can make you a little nervous when you're thinking 3-4 years out in advance. But our sales team, led by Angie Richards, who's in the back, and they're not in the back for any particularly bad reason, just we're trying to be interested time. They were all going to come up and join me. But to try to make sure that we understand the flows going out and projections, and it was a really hard time to be able to understand that during COVID. New hospitality promotions, so we'll get to it a little later, but Restaurant Week this past year, and then being a downtown task force member, and was here just a couple weeks ago to talk about that, and we just really appreciate that partnership. And again, I'll save a little time on that, but glad to work with all the partners on that, because I do believe Rochester could really be a more vibrant community in the future, and that's the part that we'd like to play to help move that a little forward, and to communicate those successes when they happen. Sister Cities collaborator, I know the mayor is on vacation, but we were glad to assist her as she kind of reignite a fire inside the Sister Cities community. We are in the hospitality industry, so who better than to greet the guests from all over the world when they come here than hopefully experience Rochester. And as council or city manager, city administrator, sorry, Allison, mentioned our sensory kits, Mayo Civic Center. And I think this is great. You know, it's a first start for us when it comes to it. It's some of those things that's so obvious. You're like, why didn't we have it? But we have it. And I want to thank Morgan, who's no longer on our team, and she took on a job in Chicago for bigger and better things, but she brought this to our attention, like this shouldn't be this hard to do. And Monica on our team, who had worked at the Autism Society to pull it together. And just on a personal note, I do have a son who's on the spectrum. The kit doesn't necessarily apply to him. He doesn't need those extensive services, but I do know in his life where he's been on the outside looking in. And I know there's people like that. And so really glad that that we can make those available, because again, if you keep the civic, and if you're a member of the community, everybody needs to be able to enjoy your facility. So, you know, business, as I said, it's a year of continued resiliency. So here's just kind of a look at some of the numbers, our key performance indicators, and this ties right into our city contract. And we're talking about Angie's team, the Mayo Civic Center revenue booked. So the team's goal was 4.7 million, and year to date, they're 5.7 million. So that was the goal for the year, and they've already exceeded that. So again, that is business now and into the future. And then hotel room nights booked, we're at 102% of the goal. So the industry is actually under when it comes to room nights because of that coming back from COVID. We're still fewer and fewer people are attending most meetings. So I'd love to come in and say we're 150% of our goal, but we'll take 102. It's better than 98, and it's certainly better than 1. So really glad. And this year, I think everybody saw the return of the Jehovah's Witness Convention to Rochester in the summer. I was out and about this summer, and just heard from so many businesses that were glad to see our friends back in the community, at coffee shops, at restaurants, at the clothiers. And there are a couple compliments that we had gotten from the Svar at Knights Chamber and Will Forsman at Cafe Steam, just about the presence. And we'd been working on that contract and renewing it since I started. And believe it or not, this was the first year I saw them in our community. So just to kind of give you an idea of the long-term effects of COVID. And they canceled everything, worldwide. So it wasn't anything against Rochester, but glad to see them back. And then live entertainment. Of course, live entertainment in Rochester, comedy continues to be king. Anything that we put up there that gets people to laugh has been selling out. And really, our least successful comedy show was probably 85% full. What's great about that is you'll see, Jeff Dunham, Chevy Chase, Charlie Barron's, really big name comics, because they don't have giant productions and they are able to come and we're a perfect fit for them. And the people of Rochester are buying those tickets, coming to those shows, and really supporting it. There's always opportunity. We really, this year, you'll see us really put an emphasis on getting some music back in there. These comedy shows keep calling us, and that's kind of the nature of promoters. Is the moment that you start succeeding in one area, they're like, okay, well, we're all going to do one. And it's a little harder to compete in some of those areas with other types of music because of bigger productions. And let's say our arena that's getting a little aged and the ceiling's a little lower, and all these new productions want to be bigger and grander. But we're doing that, and we're getting really strategic about that. So into our community engagement pillar, a nice look at the activated plaza outside the Mayo Civic Center. I think all of us could agree that having a nice group of people together and celebrating a free event is just a great way to spend a summer evening. In community engagement, I think one of the things that we're really trying to do is develop new strategies to remove barriers. I'll give you for instance, and that's we had an Indian group, and we worked together to make a very authentic menu with the client, certainly with the client and with our food team, as well as with some outside support to make sure we could deliver an experience that not only was hot food hot, cold food cold, but culturally appropriate. And we welcome all groups at the Mayo Civic Center, and we're glad to have them and glad to make their celebrations successful. And you'll just see there's some logos here of some support of some of the groups that we've brought in. Of course, we're always glad to have MSHSL and let the young children, or the high school kids from our region set their sights on Rochester for their championships and their participation, and their families, their grandparents can see them. Math club. And again, we are also hosted those downtown task force meetings. So a bit of the part of the future of Rochester. I think for us, it's recognize the importance of supporting, diverse needs. And so we've established a relationship very on the preliminary side at the moment, but with the Intercultural Mutual Assistance Association, which is a resource not only offers language translation services, but also provides additional cultural support. And we also have to thank the city and Chow for her help as well in moving forward with that. So let me see. So we also had Restaurant Week, which I was here last year, and I think we delayed and I came back and that had already happened or was about to happen. But it is a 2023 thing. And I think after we saw the impact of COVID and knowing it's January in Minnesota, it was like, what else can we do for the restaurants? And what else can we do for our community? And it was kind of a simple idea in a way, because we didn't create any new product. We just created a way to package it as a Restaurant Week. Get a really tremendous support from people. 35 participating restaurants last year. Had one restaurant tell me that they added a menu. They tried a menu item during that week, and because of the popularity, added it to the menu. It is still on the menu. I was there. I was at the workshop last night. It is still there. And do also want to say, Councilmember Bransford, I know 3 weeks ago you'd mentioned you were hoping somebody would reach out to Townies. We did so. And okay, good. And they are going to be a member of Rochester Restaurant Week. So I want to thank Bill Von Bank, our Vice President of Communications, for following up with that. and welcoming them aboard as well. I mean, they're already on our website and things, but I think for them, it looks like they're looking for any way to promote themselves. And my family was there having a Philly just a couple weeks ago, so that was also fun. So it helped us entice Rochester residents and regional visitors to experience the restaurants, spur economic activity in the community, which gets to that economic impact. And then again, some just really great feedback from people. I won't read each one. You've had them in your packet. You can certainly do so. Look forward to making it bigger. To anybody that may be at home watching this, there is an extended deadline, so please participate this year. We're very excited to have it become an ongoing thing. And then this year, Alive After 5, which was a new event. We saw a gap, 3 weeks where Thursday's downtown was not occurring. So why not throw that nice event that I showed you on the patio? Just a way to get people out again. There were 3 weeks to end the summer. We had available, so our team in food service, our team in operations stepped up. There is a selfish element to that sometimes too, which it gives our team the ability to test things out that we have to produce, not just meeting planners. It's very easy. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. It is easier, less difficult to pull off something that somebody else's idea and that's been thought through in a plan. But to design and build something is not always the easiest. So just glad to do that. And I think I said this when I first came to Rochester, that I really envisioned and wanted to see that patio full. I wanted sights, I wanted sounds. And I do appreciate some of the council members that came out to experience that event as well, and our local vendors who were there that night or those nights. And then just around the corner, celebrate Rochester New Year's Eve. So some may think that that's been around forever, but again, last year was the first year. That started from a conversation with me and the mayor, just again, when I first got here, and she had said, well, what do you think about one? And I'd already been hearing from all sorts of people saying, Rochester needs to get together on New Year's Eve. And so again, this is, I think I've also told you, we're not going to make our numbers on the backs of people from Rochester. So that's an event that is free and open to the public. There certainly can buy food when they're there, but there is no barrier to get in there during the day. There was a roller rink last year, face painting. I think there were some long lines, Council President, that were a little difficult. But again, things that we can learn, and we're really excited for year 2. Just a little bit of a glimpse of the event. We have a video, and you get to see the mayor skating, but we'll save you that today. And then fiscal responsibility. It is perhaps the most important. But they are pillars, and that's the thing to keep in mind sometimes, is say, well, the money's not the most important. Pillars, if one pillar is down, they all fall. The building falls. So we've gotten into them, but fiscal responsibility to a marketer, to me, like me, sometimes it's the drier part of it. But it is also part of why the city engaged this partnership. There was money there was a very large deficits that were being run. I think the city wanted certainty, financial certainty, and I believe that we've worked hard to deliver that. 2023, you'll just see a glimpse of what our budget was, and then our forecast for the year. So really, overall, again, a continued great year. We are at and exceeding 2019 numbers, which is really a way to set your standard in this industry these days as well. What was it like pre-COVID? But anyway, so for 2024, our proposed budget, we do appreciate the city's commitment. I know that the city raised the commitment dollar-wise, and we do appreciate that vote of support and vote for support for the People's Building, and raised the one roof investment to cover additional costs as we've seen, and that we've worked with city administration to understand and make sure that those are real and identifiable. And then the MCC earned income. What I like to see about that is, like, that's the money that's coming in support. When you started this partnership, 3.8 million was coming from the city, and the budget was for 3.8 million outside. And so the city's financial percentage is actually smaller than it was when it started. which is another thing that I think is really important for us. Typically, organizations like ours around the country don't have the model that really comes down to kind of a P&L, which can put pressure. So it certainly puts pressure on us, and it's certainly unique to try to describe that in a government world. But it's a government world I was also part of as a CBB director for a city prior to coming here. And so we all strive to know that those numbers really do matter and make such a big difference. But they definitely can put a different sort of pressure, right? Where the pressures to perform, to not have one more job than's needed, but to have the exact amount of jobs needed to do the job. And then, so the Mayo Civic Center income and revenues are projected to increase 17% 2024. So I think that's what Jacob was getting at when he said the horizon is even bigger for 2024. That's a credit to this entire team, to the community for being such a welcoming place. Our groups just love it here. Have to thank the Mayo Clinic, but a lot of people don't realize Mayo Clinic isn't all of our business. We get a lot of association groups, a lot of regional associations that come and celebrate in the Mayo Civic Center. And our operating expenses are only expected to increase 5%. So I think if you get 17% up in the income and 5% up in the costs, well, that's a path and a chart to success. By the end of 2024, I don't think a lot of people realize this. I've never mentioned this in this format before, but Experience Rochester from the very beginning in our agreement with our outside food provider, we actually have invested, by the end of 2024, Experience Rochester as a nonprofit will have invested $939,000 into the Mayo Civic Center in food fixtures and equipment. So in addition to these things I've talked about, that's the commitment that's real. That's the commitment that we could have chosen. You know, you wouldn't want to choose it, but we had to deliver on that despite a pandemic. You're not going to be able to go forward without paying those bills back. And so over the last 2 years in particular, so we invested, let's say, $100,000 roughly in the first year of the contract. With COVID, took a couple years off, and then invested the money, and then to the tune of $750,000 or so over the last 2 years. So just want you all to be aware of that. I think that's important. You have to have enough silverware and enough plates to host those groups, and they're the little things that nobody really thinks about. But again, it's our commitment. It is your building. You are the stewards of it. You are the directors of it, and we're the stewards, and we're really grateful for that. But we never lose sight of that. And then 2024, let me just make sure I got that right. Yeah, okay. 2024 and beyond. So increased activity at the Mayo Civic Center. We're going to continue to build and enhance community-wide partnerships, such as the Downtown Task Force. How else can we serve? Support Mayo Clinic's Bold Forward Unbound initiative. Not a lot of communities getting $5 billion in their economy from a hospital. I realize there's lots of debate about little things on a daily basis, but I come from a community in the Northeast, Buffalo, New York area, where probably 70,000 jobs left the community when I was in high school, and caused most of us that were going to college to leave the community and seek other parts to work throughout the country. Now, I'm really glad my road led to Rochester, but I would have loved to have had that choice. So to stay, and there really wasn't a choice. And so I really support and appreciate that Mayo Clinic is moving forward with that. But I think for us, from a visitor perspective, let's get bold too. Let's get forward. I'm not so sure yet how to define the word unbound for us in an appropriate, it's just like, how do we fix that, put that in, but let's get bold ourselves, and let's think about Rochester in a more vibrant way. What can our kids have? I have 14-year-old and 11-year-old. Some of this work will be done. They'll be moving on to the next phase. But what's going to bring people to Rochester? What's going to get them out of their homes? More people working remote to enjoy the community. And we look forward to work in vibrancy. We'll give you a little sneak preview. The board will have to approve, but I do hope next year we can add a fifth pillar, which may have the word vibrancy in it. We'll see. And that's really because I'm committed to that. I believe that that's something every community needs. And I do think that there's a gap there for Rochester in ways. We have so many, that being said, it's an amazing community, lots of wonderful experiences and restaurants, but we're growing rapidly city, and we need to have just more for people to do and more for them to stick around when they do move to Rochester and have a good time. So I just want to thank you all. We are gonna, well, let me just go back to that, sorry, really quick. The last two parts could be perhaps the most important for 2024. And that is certainly strengthening the partnership that I've talked about with the city. Though it's been great, there's room for us to take that to the next level. We have contracts expiring with our outside food provider and with our outside operational partner. And we have to look at those in 2024 and find out what's right for us as an organization as we work with them, but also what's right with the city. Again, it's the city's building. So what does the city need us to do? Are we meeting the expectations? It's year 5. Are there some new things the city might want and expect of us? And with that, further refine and optimize that Mayo Civic Center operating model, just to make sure we're on track. And again, a lot of new faces in when I came here in 2019, and we want to hear from everybody. And I do appreciate the time tonight and appreciate all the city's support throughout the year, all the city departments as well that have helped us be successful. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ward. I know Councilmember Bransford has a question.
Yeah, in terms of the operating, so backtrack a few years with the Rochester Civic Theater and their evolution from what it was to what it has become. I remember some discussions with the director about concessions, like alcohol sales, concessions, food. I'm just curious if we could comment on, and not necessarily with the theater, but broadly across the theater, the civic center, and the art center. What kind of, where do the revenues for concessions go? And does that sort of play into any of your decisions on like what vendors you might bring on, cost sharing?
Yeah, good question. I may need some financial support from our team, but I think I have this one. So there's a percentage that does go back to those organizations. So to the Arts Center, I would say the Arts Center sees more of it because it's more of a venue for weddings and such. As far as outside vendors, any outside vendor that comes in, there is an agreement where sometimes it can be a flat fee or a small percentage that goes to the building revenues. But as far as it's a cost sharing model through one roof, I think for the theater, it's more difficult because their numbers are just, by the time we'd staff it up a lot of times. So we're just working with the theater to find out, what they want to control. And like we were flexible with the Arts Center this year to allow them to have, smaller meetings of their team and just bring, and not have to worry about our food policy as far as like where they could bring in $50 worth of food for the team and such. So we don't have to get into a lot of things like that. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I guess kind of where I was going at, it would be kind of,
The microphone.
sorry, it'd be kind of a shame because when you go to the theater, you see a show, you have the faces you've known for years behind the concession stand, serving you a beer. And it would be fun to just let that kind of continue and not necessarily put in or to do that for that.
I see. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, we'll look at that. I think, we've definitely, it's fun. It's interesting that you say that because I just think back of over the last couple of years of we're finally like, okay, now we finally have vendors in the park and all these things. And so it's funny when you move the pendulum to go, oh, maybe we have to go back just to create more of that personal connection. So I do appreciate that.
It's just an observation as a theater goer, but yeah.
Sure. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Dennis?
Thank you. I love to hear about the personal connections. You hear about the epidemic of loneliness and despair and anxiety and depression in our world. So I think that's wonderful. A couple of questions. I have one on that in a minute, but the sensory kits, I'm super excited. Obviously, I'm open with my neurodivergency, and I have kids who are, and have a lot of people in Rochester who spoke up saying that that's a huge issue when they come to places with kids, is that they don't want to put them on a screen or anything because they're enjoying the show or doing something like that. And there's 3 of them right now.
Yeah, I know the number sounds like, well, really? There's 3? We'll absolutely have more if we need them. It's not a capital intensive issue. Believe it or not, because I asked that question of Morgan Shaw, who was the person that started this, and she said she checked with other buildings. I'm not exactly sure which buildings those were, and said that's kind of like the usage on a typical basis. So we said, all right, well, let's start there. But realize if 5 people come in this weekend, we'll be buying 2 more next week, and we'll make sure those people are accommodated as best as they can with
How
that.
are you advertising for that? I mean, when someone comes in, they, obviously that's amazing, I think, very
Yep.
DEI focused, very,
Yep.
welcoming of celebrating differences and diversity. How do you let people know that? Is it gonna be? I don't know.
Well, that program, we just sent out a press release. Yeah, I think I lost this, but it was thank you in question, so okay. So we sent out a press release. There's been a lot of media coverage on that. We've done some Facebook posts on it. We will continue with signage inside the building on the monitors that'll be up there. We just launched it like in the last few days. So I think the communication will continue via emails, via the signage, and certainly with our hospitality team. And I think, like the hospitality industry right now is still struggling with continuity of employees. I think that's something that even to Councilmember Bransford comment. So I think as we get to see people on a regular basis, we'll also be able to look out and spot people and try to read their needs. And that's honestly, like, that's the most fulfilling. Like the TV station interviewed me the other day, and it's, you have the clanging of plates at a banquet no one thinks about, right? The silverware, and they're overwhelming. 4,000 people in a room for dinner can be very overwhelming to some. And that's something that it can be overwhelming to me. But no, I think that that's something that you have to take a different perspective and try to be there for people. So is this going to fix all of it right off the bat? Is it enough? We're going to find out. And if we need more, again, it's not about the money. It's one of those things that when you start a program, when someone shows up next week and asks for that, we want to make sure they get it instead of a bunch of looks of, well, we didn't even know we had it. So I say that, knock on wood, I hope we answer those questions properly and appropriately.
Well, I have a lot more questions on that, so I can talk to you later about this. But
Okay.
it kind of moved in with the food. Your provider, who is your provider, outside
It's
provider?
Oakview Group, so OVG 360.
My question with that is, so when I've been to events, I've asked them about how their excess food. There's so much food that's not eaten, that's being brought back. I mean, they're on the table, no one sat in that spot. So, and we've talked about people experiencing homelessness and so much need in our world and society here with food shortages. Is there any work on making that food accessible? I know there's programs out there. When I talk to servers, they didn't seem to have that program.
Yeah, we do at times, and unfortunately we're on transition from our general manager in food service, so I don't have them here to actually answer that question. So I think it depends on the event and when we have that, but we definitely reach out to local groups at times to take excess food and make sure it's dealt with properly. But that is a big challenge in our industry, and I think one that I hope everybody will give more thought to and more deliberate thought.
And just two more quick questions. One, someone spoke earlier about birds, and I know the Civic Center has a lot of windows. Has that been something that's been brought to your attention about the deaths of the birds being, hitting the windows?
Yeah, I don't mean to laugh. I'm just thinking about how I was sitting in the back and I'm hearing that comment about how many birds, and I've never seen one in 5 years that's hit my window, but I'm not disputing any claims. I haven't noticed that, but and I haven't had the team say it's an inordinate amount that's hit us. I do believe that the Art Center was having some issues with that their windows are a little different, and I believe that they're trying to address that via an art project, actually.
Okay, okay, good. And then the last question, I mentioned this last year too. Some of these events have a lot of open seats that aren't sold, and kind of, has there any work been going on donating those or making them so those less fortunate or not able to purchase tickets might have a last minute kind of a situation where they can attend these and still have the benefits of being part of community, getting, introduced to the arts and
we have, when you say work, I mean, there is no answer as far as like, oh yeah, we have 50 seats available right at the moment, but it is a discussion that we have had internally. Specifically, Bill Von Bank and I have talked about that is there a way that we can start to figure out, like, within a certain period for shows, is there an area that perhaps we could bring a community partner to the table that's a makeshift box or something in some of our places that they would sponsor and allow some form of tickets. It is a challenge with the promoters, because to even get one comp for somebody that you're trying to address a customer service issue, perhaps very difficult, because especially for any of the successful shows, because the promoters really just trying to grab onto that revenue. And most of the shows that we have, well, all of them actually, well, no, I'd say most, it's not all, are either a co-promotion. So there's a partner involved to partner promoter to share the risk on those, or there's a promoter that flat out rents the entire facility. So in those cases, we don't have a say in that, but the co-promotion, we have to get somebody else to agree to that. But Bill's here and he's going to hear that. And I think it's the second year you've asked that. So we will talk more about that, and we'll get back to you before next December. Okay.
Thank you for your work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion or a question?
Just, again, I did want to just a couple things. One is I really want to like show my approval for the amount of civic in Civic Center. I know before your day, there were motions at this board back in 2015 and 16 about changing the name and making it. And that was one of the things to make sure it's a civic or a community asset. And I think over the last 2 years, you've done good work at trying to open it up more to the community. And I appreciate seeing that.
Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to have you kind of comment, I see there's budgeting in here for one roof, and my sense is that's going in a good direction. That's helping us protect an asset that we want to protect. Can you comment on it and how it's?
Yeah, I would say I would think particularly the theater, I would just say, I know Misha, she seems to never have any availability for anything else. It's been so busy over there. So congratulations and hats off to them. And I think it's going splendidly as far as our upkeep and of an older facility. Really. And then, with Pam at the Arts Center, that's also improving and getting better. Their needs can be different at different times. And so from security and things, any partnership could always be better, I guess, and more involved. But they have their autonomy and their programs. And I think it was designed that way, is for us to do what we do best, which is to keep it safe and up to date and up to code. And they can do what they do best, which is create arts programming and theater programming.
And last questions could be for you or Mr. Malwith, but just as in your position, if there were the one thing I wish I had, or like the one thing that bothers me that in our motion, when I look at my peers in other places, is the things you could share with us to help us understand the business better?
Oh boy. I don't know if there is one thing. Maybe Jacob can, if he has something, I'll let him stand up. But if he doesn't, I think for us, it's just I wouldn't say there's one thing I wish we had. I mean, the easy answer is to say, oh yeah, just give us, we'd love more money so we can go and do this. I think what's happening, it's a very unique venue. So you have these pieces that were put together, over years. And so that can be difficult at times to manage. And again, down the road, let's look 10 years down the road, 12 years down the road, when there's much expanded hospital, more and more people in the community. What is a 2.0 version maybe to the arena, which only gets probably 3 or 4 shows a year in there that are sold out, because it's really difficult to get those large facilities, because the center roof, if you've ever been in there, is actually really low. And that's really the negating factor in a lot of that. But for anyone, again, listening at home, we're not ready to put forward any big expenditure there. But you did ask if there was one.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if it was going to be that performance hall, or it was more the expansion of seating in one place or another. But it seems like you're working with what you have.
Yeah, and all those venues that we have, you can't, I would love to have a traveling theater production, and whether Phantom of the Opera or Miss Saigon or whatever those would be. But there aren't those facilities there. There would need to be a massive capital change and investment to those facilities to do that, which is definitely not at my pay grade. That is elsewhere. And I think, as a destination marketer and a destination manager, something like that would certainly help the community. But I'm not privy to all the resources and numbers that are available, nor council priorities. But I certainly think anything like that can add to the cultural experience of our community would be terrific. And I sincerely mean that. I was in productions when I was a young kid, and I would love to see more of that. But again, it's that vibrancy aspect that I think that we need to maybe start to define. Let's look 10 years out and then start working back to today. What kind of changes can we make today to lead us to some of those things? But I'm still, in Minnesota especially, I'm here 5 years, and I feel like I just moved here, not just literally because COVID happened, but just in the relations with people. I still feel like, okay, the Northeastern guy, everyone's looking back going, all right, what's he going to change? So I would say Minnesota for me is really opened my eyes in particular to be a better listener, because people aren't right off the bat going to share your opinion like they will in Buffalo, New York. So watch out when you go there. I think for me, so that's an educational experience. And I think I've never understood the value more than here of the community outreach and hearing from people back, because you can look at that civic element, for example, of the business that we have and say, well, it doesn't bring a lot of money and this and that. But again, well, let's go back to the basis. Let's go back to the foundation of our relationship with the city. It's spelled out clearly that that's what the city expects. We work for the city. Our contract is with the city. That's the partnership. When we say pillar, you know, you can say, okay, well, this pillar doesn't matter. Well, let's say it's your right arm, you're right-handed. Well, I will use my right arm all the time. I don't need my left one. That's obviously ridiculous. And it's, so we have to be grounded in that. And at times it can be difficult because trust me, Angie's back here listening to every word, and she knows there's been times when, you know, there's been a big group wanting to book over, you know, the MSHSL events, and that's that balance. And we, you know, and I've had multiple conversations with multiple community members when those tough questions happen too, to see where people are. Some I've asked for, and some have called me. So, as I'm sure they also called you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's get a motion to file the report and accept the budget.
I'll move to the two-part motion to file the report and accept the budget.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Keen.
No, good discussion. The last thing, I'm really glad to see your New Year's thing event go to. Not sure who your planning committee is, but the Vikings play the Packers that night.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, so here's the official word on that from somebody who has the TVs that we're about to show to the general public. So there'll be a football game between a green and yellow team and a blue or purple and gold or purple and yellow. Here, we are not allowed to say either team's name. If you're inviting and bringing people to the community and selling them food, but I think I know what you're talking about, and we will make sure that that's available. It's going to be the largest screen in Rochester to watch that special game that day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly add that I loved your comment about thinking bold. I think that is right on. This is the time in our community to be bold, and just appreciated the rest of your presentation and your focus on efficiency and working together across partners and with the city. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
team,
you.
for being here. All right, well, Clerk Geisler, it is your item, H2, which is the ordinance amendment authorizing administrative issuance of specified licenses and permits.
Hello, council members. Let's see. So I'm up here today to talk to you about an ordinance amendment. And the clerk's office is bringing forward this proposed ordinance, asking for the council to delegate issuing authority of some of our licenses that have already met the designated requirements for each license type as prescribed in various sections of the code. The recommendation comes forward in an effort to eliminate a barrier that's been brought to our attention from a number of different sources, which I'm going to cover in some slides, and to tighten up the overall license process by eliminating some of the bottlenecks and redundancies that final return trip creates. I'm just going to let's do a couple of my notes here before I get to the slides, and I've just got a couple slides. Just want to note that over the last 5 years, the clerk's office has implemented a vast array of modernizing changes to our licensing program, including adding a license examiner and having a dedicated person working in this area. And on that note, I am standing up here presenting this material, and I put together the RCA, but I want to make sure that I acknowledge the deep pool of work that Christian Cartwright has done in this area and all of the ordinance changes that he's brought forward during his time as the license examiner that have created a foundation for us to be able to come up and make this ask tonight. And on that note, just for some numbers, since 2018, the clerk has brought forward around, it's probably closer to 500 now since I wrote this, licensing items in front of the Common Council. And we've issued thousands of licenses. Of those items brought forward on consent, only 3 items have been pulled for discussion in the last 6 years. And those were for minor questions and clarifications. None of them were controversial. And I certainly want to acknowledge the Common Council, as has been recently mentioned by this body, plays a very important role in both policy making and policy oversight. And considering the myriad of ordinances, updates that have been made in the various areas that affect these licenses over the last 2 decades and really in the last 3 to 5 years, having these items returned to council at some point in the past made a lot of sense. And I don't think that it still makes the same level of sense, because many of the things that used to be discretionary for you all to consider have been codified in ordinance, and really we're performing a ministerial duty at this point, and we're just applying criteria that you all have adopted as part of city ordinance and then issuing licenses. So on that note, I'm just going to take us through a couple of quick slides here, which, let me go back, just what a couple of the change factors were or are. The downtown task force update, we certainly got some of this feedback on just barriers to doing business in that report. We certainly get plenty of direct community feedback from applicants and licensees, particularly small business owners or people that are applying for new or first-time licenses in these areas. Optimization of city resources. I mean, we certainly have modernized technology. Taking this step would make our interactions with other government agencies like AGED and the similar type organizations more efficient, and then just more efficient use of our teammates' skill and time, where we're not getting backed up because of council cycles and then having to, issue dozens of licenses at a time, sometimes, particularly during renewal seasons. And then certainly we are always looking for ways to lessen adverse interactions that we have with licensees that get upset because they don't understand the process. We've taken a lot of steps to sort of predetermine de-escalation by setting up half-hour to 45-minute appointments to walk new licensees through the process step by step. We help them with their paperwork. We follow up when they're short information. And so this would just be another thing we could add that would help us have pleasant interactions with the people that interact with our office. Further, this particular item addresses 2 main action items, both from our main city action item or action plan here, and then also the DEI action plan for the city clerk's office. So we would get to check off 2 relatively major elements of these plans for ourselves, which is great to check things off, and that also makes room to do something else, which is something we certainly are always looking for new opportunities. We have many things queued up that we'd like to be focusing on in both of these areas. This is just a list of some of the barriers, some high-level examples of things we run into within the council cycle, where, Chrisanne and I talked through so many examples today that we've had where maybe a contractor has the opportunity to pick up a piece of business, and because he can't turn the license around fast enough, the homeowner who may be on a deadline for a closing goes with somebody else, or a massage therapist who sometimes waits up to 2 or 3 weeks before we can issue their license and loses out on the ability to take a position at a particular job. The liquor license turnaround can really be tenuous with both our timeline, and then they've got to go up to the state for another approval. and they can't get a buyer's card until all of those boxes are checked. And then we certainly get concerns about people having to buy things that are required for the license when there's an element, at least in their perception, that they may not get approved, like chicken coops and those kind of things. So, and then special events are always a little bit of a struggle, and if shows in the RCA too, I just want to point out that there are some things that are definitely discretionary in nature that are remaining with you all, and designating community festivals is one of those, so that's not included in our special event ask. And then one of the most important things, at least for me as the city clerk and for our team, is it's easy to sort of hold our business owners to this checklist of and well, you've got to get this and this and this done, and oh, well, you don't have it, so no license for you. But that's not our approach. We are trying to build a relationship with our businesses and our business owners and our licensees. That is, we are their partner and we're trying to help them get over the line. And this would certainly move us in that direction, where even if they are late, even if they didn't know they were supposed to have their thing in for 60 days, or they didn't know they needed this insurance, COI, like, we can help them get all those things done. And then sometimes we still can't issue them a license because it's the day after a meeting just happened and now we've got to wait 2 more weeks or whatever. So yeah, we're just asking you to let us take the framework that you have created and carry it forward. So happy to answer questions.
Questions, Councilmember Palmer.
So really what you're trying to do is be more customer friendly.
Always.
So I'm gonna walk you through an example that I've run into. So
Sure.
you have a restaurant, has the liquor license, you get all the inspections done, you get to release it, but you gotta wait 2 weeks for the city council to approve it, and then it goes to the state. They can't buy any liquor and they can't open. That's not typically what happens.
Correct.
So you could literally take 14 days off of that for them so they could open and start serving the public.
Yes.
Thank you.
That has happened.
All right, Councilmember Wall.
Currently, the licenses are in our council packet and people can open it up and look at them if they choose. Will there be some kind of similar open process where people can see what special events and licenses are coming?
Good question, Councilmember Wall. Yes, so I have a couple part answer to that. Is the licensing system that has a public search function that you can, and that is a rolling refresh, that system is constantly updating itself and you can search for licensees at any time. However, we realize that everybody is not maybe going to make that effort. Maybe they want something a little simpler. So we're going to do some communication things, both with our licensees and just with the general public. We're also going to elevate that search for licensing to a more just obvious place on the website, and that's yet to be determined, to discuss with communications folks. And then we're going to start publishing a weekly license report on our official notifications page, because that is a page that residents are already familiar with and check for other things. And so we think just adding another tab to the accordion of that and having people be able to just open up and see what licenses were issued that week is an easy way to have that public access still continue.
Councilmember Keen, then Bransford.
Okay, yeah, I did have that concern that we're taking some of this out of the public eye. But I also support this because I do like the idea of this as a streamlining thing. Is this something that if somebody wanted to know who had these licenses in the future, that would be like a open data request, or would it really be an easy search on the website?
Either or, actually, but it can be an easy search on the website. We're just intending to elevate that search function to a more obvious place.
Okay.
So something that's just like a button that says, find a license or something.
Okay.
I just want to talk that through with communications a little bit better and get their input on where they think it should go. It's certainly going to be also on our page. We've got very obvious, simple buttons on the clerk's public page. But even adding it to the main, buttons on our main page or one of the easy initial drop downs, I think would be a good function. So
Good, good. Because I don't want anyone to think this is getting buried because it is an easy way to look at those things now. It's something that, when we're going through the packet to peruse. You mentioned renewals. I get feedback that a lot of our permitting almost seems like it's new every year. What makes it a renewal? Is it that you start out with your old one and make any changes, or do we really have people start from scratch?
So it's the former in most cases, and there's some exceptions to that. If you're changing an owner, if you've got an ownership that's changing more than 25%, there's a few of those kind of things. But generally speaking, a renewal is you're just getting in your materials and if there's been any changes. And then contractors, so the things that are new every year, here's why it feels new, is because insurances and those kind of things are annual.
Yep.
So they've got to resubmit a lot of that stuff every year.
And then they have those
bond.
changes and those numbers.
Yep, and
So
they've got to have the right dates on it, the right amounts, and so
let me
those-
just provide some input that I get, and just in terms of like something as simple as the chicken one.
Sure.
It's almost like we require the drawing every year. It's like you don't get to say same. You end up having to put it in again. And I think it sounds easy enough sometimes, but I think people struggle with that. Like they're like, where's that picture? And I got to do it again.
Sure.
So I hope when this whole spirit of streamlining it and being more customer friendly, that idea of like being able to say same. I was waiting to see if there was any legal thing here that we worry that someone keeps saying the same and then it turns out to have changed over the years. If there is a goal towards that streamlining, I want to bring that up as something that hopefully we can get cleaner at. And I'm supportive of this. I'm going to trust.
Don't have a motion yet, so.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for
Further
that feedback,
questions?
though.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
No, that was the feed.
Okay, Councilmember Bransford.
So just a quick question in terms of visibility. I'm all for reducing red tape, by the way. This is great. If someone gets a denial on a license, is there still an appeal process to us?
Yes, so denials, revocation, suspension, all of those things would still fall under what I would call a discretionary facet of the process, and that remains with the council. And that would mean like a proactive denial, not meaning you've submitted all your materials are incomplete, so we can't give you a license. You would have to submit completed materials and then for some reason warranted a denial, and that would have to come to the council. So,
Right, and that's what I meant, because if you're savvy enough to want to look at licenses in a packet, you're savvy enough to go to the website and look. But what I mean by that is a legitimately submitted license application that is denied would have a path back to us.
Actually, we wouldn't just deny it. We would have to bring it to you as a recommended denial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Councilmember Dennis.
All right, thank you. So I hear why you're doing this and this, but when we get our council packet, the consent agenda does put it into our realm where we like see what's going on in the community, and we can, people can reach out and say, hey, I see a conflict of interest, or I see something, an issue. So if we do see an issue like this in a new process like that, how do we just, I guess maybe I'm not quite understanding the whole, do we just say, hey, we want that to come to, a council member just says, hey, we want that particular one to come to council because I see there's an issue, or someone brought up an issue in the community?
I mean, everything is prescribed in ordinance. If someone was to complete all of the prescribed needs for any license, it would just be issued. I mean, a conflict like that, I don't, it's hard to say. I need a more specific example, and that would probably be something that would need to either go through Allison or Michael and decide what to do. But I just can't, I honestly can't think of a situation where that would happen.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, well, with it, it's a possibility for a council and residents to see things, that someone else in the staff might not see. So
we would hope that if community members had some sort of issue, if they contacted you, it would just be like any other issue where you would connect them with us, and then we would investigate that at whatever level was warranted. But And we do that already. All of these licenses require various levels of checks, background checks, and multiple departments signing off, and multiple checks through ordinance and insurances and all these things. I mean,
Yeah, I
So-
understand. I just feel like this is another checks and balance when it comes to council, like an additional one
Sure.
on top of all your wonderful work doing those checks. My other question is, I've talked to a lot of council members in other cities. They seem to still have them on their agenda. What other cities in Minnesota are doing this kind of streamlining, taking it out of the city council hands?
Kelly, I can speak to that if you.
Sure,
you know,
go
answer.
ahead. Go ahead, Christian.
Good evening, Council Member Dennis. So lots of the large municipalities in the state of Minnesota have taken some of their licenses out of the process. So if you go and you look at the ordinances, for example, of St. Paul, or if you're going to look at the ordinances of Minneapolis, you'll note that a series of license classifications. So for example, Minneapolis has license classifications under, I believe it is R, and all of those license classifications are taken out of their council process and are able to be unilaterally approved by their administrators or by their licensing department, so long as all of the requirements which were outlined in ordinance are met.
So they have, so just the two larger cities, I mean, we're the third largest, those cities have a similar process, I mean, with the same, I just want to, you want to see what, if they have the same categories that
Yeah,
are
thank
being
you.
taken out
Yes, thank you
here.
for the question.
well.
And I would say that, and I would be happy to provide this information to you after the fact. But I would say I could pick out some pieces from a bunch of different cities, actually. Saw a little from Bloomington, a little bit from Duluth, a little bit from Eden Prairie. I think it sort of depends on the city and what kind of things they're focused on. Minneapolis and St. Paul were more comprehensive because they're bigger cities. We're certainly not a city of 300 or 400,000. But particularly with the new Mayo initiative and the things that are coming down the pike, we're certainly, I think, moving in that direction where we've got things well defined. And you bring up a good point that I think I want to point out that I did go through all of these ordinances line by line, and even there are some spots where I actually added council approval back in because they were discretionary elements of a larger ordinance. And I didn't want to capture those as unilateral actions by doing this approval. And so there's little spots where I've added in, hey, we approve the general ordinance, but if this one little side thing occurs, then it's got to go back to council. And so I did that in multiple places. Even if you want to have 12 chickens for education, we don't define education, so that will be up to you if you want to call something education. And if we want to further define education in ordinance at a later date, we can certainly do that. But just making sure that I didn't miss any discretionary elements as we went through. I really went through and tried to pick out all of the ministerial things that are things that we're just cranking through because they're very well defined in ordinance already, and often in concert with state ordinance or state statutes.
Okay, so I guess I'm not trying to keep, but so a city like not similar to our size, are there any other cities that have this kind of a lengthy? I feel this is a lot being taken out from
Sure
council,
well
agendas.
So I would say it seems like a lot because our ordinances have had a lot of change brought to them over time, and we've never in the city's history gone through and really comprehensively sort of unified and cleaned it all up with all of the changes. And so every time we want to go through and make a change, which on its face seems relatively straightforward, we have to go through and find every incidence, every word. I think, I mean, I have a legal background, so I'm like being extra going through every line, because I was in the pedal car ordinance and found like one random reference to a fee that we'd missed. And I mean, we've been picking out lines about specific fees for 5 years. And so I think it might be a little bit of a misleading how much the changes are, because it's mostly trying to streamline all of these ordinances to work in the same way, where they all seem to be a little bit at different levels of development. And we're trying to bring them all up to a similar level of operation. So,
Okay,
okay,
thank you.
thanks.
All right, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the ordinance amendment authorizing the clerk for various license administration, as long as he has work on the established criteria as adopted by the council, and direct the city attorney's office to prepare an ordinance.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Keen,
Yeah, I think
Mike.
Thank you. I think the trade-off here again is this direction of being more efficient, both for the customer facing or resident facing, but also that we stay true to the ordinances as we put them together and not like, we're not delegating judgment, we're delegating process. And I think that's the right way to run local government.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, I feel like I could give your team a round of applause just in how truly you are implementing our strategic priority of quality services and a focus on efficiency and customer service. And just had the concern about visibility too, but you clearly have thought that through very well. And that this idea of the council sets policy and staff implements to make sure that our policies are being followed. So thank you for that. Councilmember Dennis. Nope, excuse me, Councilmember Wall, then Dennis.
Thank you. I was surprised when I read this because I must have missed any previous discussion of this or notice of a change like this. I would have liked to have had an opportunity to more informally talk to council members about what this might mean for us and the giving over of formerly council responsibilities to staff. It currently is part of public record and people run across things. I remember in August, I got a question about an upcoming special event and I got a question. I was able to get an answer, went back and the resident was very happy with the answer. So it wasn't pulled or anything, but it was a question about a special event. So I am going to be voting against this, not because it's a bad idea, but because I just don't know if it's a good idea.
Councilmember Dennis?
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like there's a lot of questions. I don't, after seeing how things have been run the last couple years, how council, I believe, is being taken out of the process more and more, minimized, and we are taking, I think, the foundation of representational democracy and not having the voices of people heard if their elected officials who of course they put their faith in and they voted for and they are directly connect with to have a say in some of this. So I don't think I can vote for this either for that reason, that it causes more steps for people to get involved and look up different things instead of having it, right here where people can see it every month, a couple times a month to see what's going on, what's new in town, all of the licenses being issued. And I think not only does it take away the public being informed and the council being informed more easily, but it also, I think, doesn't create that relationship between people learning the system. So when someone is new to town and they're doing a liquor license, they get introduced to the city council by having this process saying, oh, this is how it goes. I'm sure it's frustrating sometimes explaining things, but then they can be like introduced and hopefully get more involved, maybe run for office and be more engaged as a citizen, having that introduction to this process. I think that would be lost as well. And like the checks and balances, I think that's what one of our roles as a city council is, to have oversight and make sure that things are going the way that constituents and citizens want them to be done. So this is not a black and white world we live in. And I think there's a lot of possibility where there is stuff that could slip through and could be caught by the city council. And I don't think that taking roles away from the council at our size of city at this time is needed. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Mr. Keen was talking my language when you brought up chicken permits. Cause I received my second notification from Mr. Cartwright to renew mine. And, I thought I had already done that, but then I got this second thing from you. And then you're talking about this having to change the diagram. It's like, where is my diagram? I am not gonna go out there and measure this thing. So I pulled up my 2022 one. And for line 24, location of coop in enclosed outside yard or run, drawing and location on file. 25, size of coop, size on file. 26, size of enclosed outside yard or run, size on file. So I put that on there and it was approved. So I'm assuming all that stuff is on file from when the first time I got my chicken license. And because you didn't complain about it in 22, so I can do that again this year, right?
Do you want me to speak to process? Because I'm happy to do so.
No, I'm just hoping I don't have to go measure all of that again, but.
We're happy to follow up with you tomorrow.
But more to the point of the 12 for educational purposes, which is what I had the first time. And I didn't have to submit anything on that. So
that requested 12.
my son was in PSEO. He did an economics class. He did it on how
What year
economical
was that,
chickens are, and they're
Councilmember
not.
Kirkpatrick?
Huh?
What year was that?
2017, 18, 2017.
Who knew?
So there are parts.
So in 2017, and actually prior to 2020, we used to have a dedicated, I don't know what you would call Officer Blanchette's job, but we had a dedicated PD person that was involved with us on some of this stuff, particularly with animal control. That position disappeared. And we had to absorb some of that through our licensed examiner position, but not the same as a sworn officer who's involved with both CSOs and animal control. So change in staffing is definitely affected that process.
Got it. Cool. I didn't mean to ask a personal question, but I thought it was very interesting that that came up when I was curious about it. So,
Did you
all
have
right.
anything about this item?
I do. I really like the streamlining. I think it's great. And I found out some neat information tonight and I'm all in support of this. I appreciate it. Thanks for your
Councilmember
work.
Bransford.
Yeah, so you're weighing, I mean, listening to the conversation and being open to the discussion, you're weighing two things here, right? It's in the packet. But given the paucity of examples of people wanting to look in a packet and having an issue it just seems remote, and there are ways that people can figure out that information. More importantly to me, and I think that's very convincing, is that it's removing the red tape and barriers. I mean, there seems to be a lot more complaints about the barriers than not being able to look up a license in our 1,000-page packet, right? So I'm all for the streamlining. I think that this is just and we are involved in the prescription through ordinance, right? So that's our involvement, and we're asking to be involved again. And if it's already prescribed by ordinance, seems a bit redundant. So I'm definitely in support.
And it's not like we have the information in the packet about each of the applications. We just have the list of names. So, all right, Councilmember Palmer.
I'll call the question and do a roll call vote.
Rachel, would you mind?
Do it from here, but go ahead. Carry on, Rachel.
Sure.
Councilmember Keen,
Aye.
Councilmember Bransford,
Aye.
Councilmember Wall,
No.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Dennis,
Nay.
Council President Carlson.
Aye.
There are 5 ayes and 2 nays.
All right,
Ms.
motion.
Carlson,
Motion
can
carries.
I make a motion to suspend our rules and on our agenda and bring F16 to the next item? Mr. Nagan is sitting in the audience and would like to bring it to the.
Sure, I just was saying motion carried. Okay, so he has a motion to suspend the rules.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, so we will do F16.
She pulled it, but
Yeah, we have Mr. Yetzer here to answer questions. You go ahead, Councilmember Dennis.
Thank you. Yeah, so I received an email. We all received an email, I believe, today, and I just wanted those questions to be answered because that's needed to understand the issue more thoroughly. So I let city administrator know that that's why I pulled it, and I was hoping staff could elaborate a little more thoroughly on this issue with the questions in that email. Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know that it's, I don't know that I have to go through every single question, but what I would say is this is about sewer extension. This is about maintaining the city's ability to extend sewer. In order to continue development in this area of the city in a fiscally and environmentally sustainable way, it's important for the city to maintain our ability to extend sewer through this property and beyond, all the way out to the Highway 14 interchange. And so that's why we are opposing this application that has been submitted to Olmsted County.
Yeah, I guess I just the email, I guess I haven't gone, I haven't logged in here, but was any of the concerns in the email, can those be addressed here?
Yeah, I get,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Councilmember Dennis, I think it's really important to kind of hear what Mr. Getzer is saying is that there's a lot of detailed questions there, but they really obfuscate the real issue, which is why this is being brought forward to the city council. And as succinctly put by Mr. Getzer, not opposing this could create significant implications for one of your strategic priorities, which is economic vibrancy and growth management. A huge piece of that is to make sure that we're continuing to deliver on the land use map, the intended uses, the growth management plan, and not opposing this and allowing it to move forward has significant implications for your sewer system. And so there may have been some very detailed questions, which I would maybe point out are really less questions and more rhetorical questions pointed out by someone. But overall, the real issue for why this is before you is the answer that Mr. Yetzer has already provided.
So
Or is there a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to support the resolution in opposition of the land use amendment.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, in some ways, I think this is the county's business. The county has worked closely with us. We really can't have a land use plan without a county partner on that. But I think it's important that we at least communicate to them through this resolution the results we'd like to see.
Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right. So we are back to H3. I'm just going to step away and get some water. I will be right back, but welcome Ms. Corcoran to talk about our legislative priorities and bonding resolution.
President Carlson, it's been an hour and a half. Should we just take a
Sure. Let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Do you mind? 10:40.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
To our legislative agenda discussion, and we have our legislative director here, Heather Corcoran. Go ahead. Thank you, Council President Carlson and council members. I'm here today with legislative priorities for the coming session and other related items for you. In your packet, I'll just fly through as a visual the brochure that you received in your packet to point out some high points and also some changes from last year's document that you might recognize. So this is part of our annual process of legislative priority development, which is kicks off usually in the summer with participation in other groups with the League of Minnesota Cities, involvement with teammates to brainstorm ideas of improvement of state policy or statute changes that would help us better serve the community and residents, come before you as a council for adoption and consideration, and then we carry on that work at the state capitol. This session, the legislative session, will begin on February 12th. So as you can see in your packet, our proposed legislative priorities begin with our bonding priorities. So the first 4 items there, and I'll walk through these in a second, but you've seen a couple of these already. Back in June, you approved the initial resolution on a few of these as bonding priorities, but the proposed top priority for the city's bonding requests is related to the riverfront redevelopment site. You can see, you heard a presentation about this project in the past. We're asking for half of the total project cost at around $23 million. This project is feasible in the 4 ways listed there, with the trail component, the parking ramp demolition and skyway rebuild and ADA improvements, a 3rd component for public realm pieces at the riverfront, and then the redevelopment and adaptive reuse of the building on the site. And then each of those components can even be broken down further into design costs, if there's additional site acquisition, and then construction components, which is common for bonding projects. So we're able to chunk this apart as the legislature may seem fit, and look forward to working with them to see what the capacity at the state is to fund a project like this. The second project is the airport solar covered parking and EV charging stations. This is a $6 million total project. Again, we're asking for half from the state, and we've got a couple federal grants we're waiting to hear back from, and other sources of funding there to put in our 50% of a local non-state match. This again capitalizes on the need to redo the parking lot at the airport and also build in some environmental efficiency and sustainability components, which align with the council's priority. So those 2 are kind of the top bonding requests of the city, and you'll notice, if you remember back in June, the resolution that you approved included a 3rd item, the North Broadway Park and Ride. And we received wonderful news about a month after we submitted that into the state system that we received $7.44 million in federal funds to essentially provide the funding needed for that project. And so we removed that off of our state bonding request list, and instead present to you 2 other kind of secondary bonding request projects. And again, we would present these to stakeholders at the Capitol as, our primary ones are focused on the riverfront redevelopment and the airport solar. And if there's additional funding or capacity or interest, these next 2 projects would be where we would land our advocacy. So transit operations facility, as we build out the Link BRT system, bus rapid transit system that will begin in 2026, and purchasing the 12 EV buses that will be used for that system, having a suitable place to store and charge them is something that we're looking at a need for. And then also thinking about, there's been some state and federal attention towards electric vehicle fleet conversion. So how do we layer in the funding we got from the state for microtransit pilot project and our existing paratransit vehicles as those are updated, and is there an opportunity to electrify that? The 4th project, or the secondary on our list of bonding, is a little bit wider scope of public infrastructure accessibility and energy improvements project. And it essentially has 2 components. The first is getting after some more projects that are on the city's ADA transition plan. So this is pedestrian ramps and other public infrastructure improvements. And then the second layer is looking at accessibility and energy improvements at the Mayo Civic Center. And this could include things like ADA improvements to the skyway entry ramp pictured there, other indoor and outdoor spaces, looking at the large square footage that that public asset has, and the potential for energy improvements. So after the first part of the document again focused on bonding, then we kind of move into what I would call the state policies and overall state funding programs that we'd hope to potentially be able to utilize or apply for, and other state statute changes that would be helpful again to how we provide services to the community. So you'll notice a few formatting changes. So this document last year was just titled Housing, this page, and we've tried to layer in some of the language from the council's strategic priorities. So we've layered in an affordable living component to this. We've included updated information from the recent BIPOC home ownership co-design project when we think about informing our recommendations at the state level. This next page is a returning item related to state funding for our wastewater treatment plant and other infrastructure related to water quality, and thinking about continuing the state's recent programs they've set up related to climate resiliency. The next page is a consolidation of at least two previous pages where we focused on bridge funding that the state has and other street infrastructure tools, and trying to also think ahead toward the operations funding related to the bus rapid transit system. If there's a state role in that part of that, and then also the active transportation plan includes some programs that there's state funding for, like the Safe Routes to School program. So again, lending our support to these existing or new or potentially future state funding opportunities that align with what our needs are as a community. This next one is, again, a little bit of a consolidation or a holistic approach at a previous policy that focused just on green energy code improvements, and that was passed by the legislature last year. And so thinking more broadly, again, in alignment with the council's priorities on sustainability and environmental stewardship there. And this one was informed by our, what I would call key stakeholders and teammates that work in this area, both at our PU and our sustainability teammates. Parkland dedication is a returning item from previous years, and I would say the item to note for a change there is that it was added into the League of Minnesota Cities policies this year, and there's other cities that also share an interest in the legislative change that we've been asking for previously. Then you'll see the other areas of support. So this includes items, again, as part of our process of interacting with our state association at the League of Minnesota Cities to see what policies they have that align with our needs and goals, particularly around other items you'll see listed on there: PTSD, duty disability claims, local government aid, a fire pension issue that we brought forward to the League of Minnesota Cities process and was adopted by their committees and their board. And then the other list there, you'll see a new item: preserve and increase state funding to Rochester for accessibility infrastructure, public safety, microtransit, housing and homelessness, and other similar fundings. Those list out some of the fundings that we or the county or local governments received last year from the state legislature. And so if there's capacity for additional or continued funding for some of those one-time pots of money, we certainly would be able to utilize it to serve our community. This is the second page kind of the other items, and I'm looking at some of the newer additions there, layering support for groups like the Greater Minnesota Parks and Trails priorities and grant programs that we might want to apply for under that umbrella, and then other departments added in suggestions of a few items on this page. And then we rounded out with the federal priorities. Again, these are grants that we have considered or would consider applying for in the coming year. Some newer ones featured on here, but will hopefully be successful in is brownfields funding for a bunch of our redevelopment sites, particularly related to the riverfront. Thinking about the National Endowment for Arts grants that have helped fund alley activation and some public music efforts that we've applied for in the past. And then certainly all the federal funding related to Department of Energy and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the IIJA, and the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, and as those programs run out through the federal government and the state government. So that sums up the legislative priorities. And then before you, there's also a related resolution that prioritizes the bonding priorities in the order presented, and process for practice related to requests for letters of support. Thank you so much, Ms. Corcoran. Questions? Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, just one first on the number 3, the process for council practice. I want to make sure I understand that. I see the process, I see the operational level of it. Can I read that to say someone could ask Heather Corcoran for a letter of support and you can send that as the city liaison or does it come through council?
So I think that how that process has worked and how we'd formalize it here is that it's, if I were to receive a request, I guess I would work with the deputy city administrator and the city administrator to review our current policies. And I'd sort of treat it like a request from someone else, you know, and want to vet that we can tie it back to something that the council has adopted.
I'm probably not getting my question across right. I'm trying to think of, and I'll use city administrator. If someone asks her to support it, can she sign the letter and send it as a city administrator of Rochester? Or does it have to, is that
Usually it's
the
the
city of
mayor.
Rochester?
Usually it's the mayor and my signature on the letters to the legislature.
Right, but
only if they
I
align.
guess I'm reading the process and I can't tell if there's an approval through the council. I don't think there is, and I think I'm okay with that, but I want to understand what the signature is.
So the intent, if I could answer this, is that there wouldn't be an approval, but only if we would identify that in the legislative priorities that you have approved, that it clearly aligns with it. So if it feels like, I don't know that this really clearly aligns, or it feels like, yeah, maybe it aligns, but it could detract from a very specifically identified
Okay.
council project, bonding support, federal grant initiative, that where it's like, okay, we're getting asked to sign this letter of support, it aligns, but it's potentially contradictory with
Right.
our own requests for federal grant dollars, then those are things where we would say, we don't think that we should take that. If there's time, perhaps we would bring it to council, but if it already is potentially challenging us, we probably wouldn't bring it to you. But often these require so much quick turnaround.
Right,
that
right.
it
I
would
know it's
be-
not reasonable to do that, but my question was sort of, who is the signature? Is the signature the city of Rochester as approved through the city administrator, or is it city administrator Allison Zelms supports this?
When we can, it's actually the mayor, the council president, and the city
Okay,
administrator.
so it is,
to give it as
it's
much
implied it's
force
the
as
city based on the assessment that it's part of our priorities.
And we typically would reference that and also even provide a link to the priorities.
Okay, I think that I'm trying to get comfortable with that because the wording made it structured, but I do appreciate that they usually can't take that long cycle of going through all that stuff. So,
You're trying to just formalize the process that we've used before. She'll send a request, she'll highlight where it is in our legislative priorities to make it clear, and then administrator weighs in. But Councilmember Palmer, did you have a question on
Yeah,
that?
so basically, are you done? Go ahead, Mr. King. No, go ahead.
well,
Still on that topic?
I'm not sure if you're on the specific topic.
Yeah,
yes.
you had a response.
So basically, if the city council, if I don't like some of this, but the city council voted for this tonight, that would become the city council's, the city of Rochester's policy, period.
Yeah, correct. I'm not supporting something that we didn't already approve as a body. It's not like I'm signing for myself. I'm signing for
But you're
us
just
because we
Brooke
voted
Crow,
on it.
okay, but they're not asking for Sean Palmer, they're asking for the city of
A
Rochester.
representative. of
You're
the
our
council.
representative
Yes.
on that letter.
Mhm.
Yes,
Only if we've already approved it.
correct.
Letter, the
The
priority.
priorities. If Mitch is in and not bend over backwards to make it work, that it clearly states,
For sure.
okay.
Okay, Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, again, and then on number 2 is the resolution supporting the bonding initiatives. And I guess I want to say, I know I've got caught up in years past saying number 3 should be number 2 and that kind of stuff. And I just don't think it's worth our time doing that. I guess, but I do want to state that I want our team, and that's mostly you, but it's also the other people we work with, to be at least fluid, that they don't say, well, this one doesn't look like it's going anywhere, but that's what they told us to do. I want to make sure they know that we're saying these are priorities. We have them in order, but we also want to allow some flexibility to say the way things are going, this is the right thing to be backing right now. And I want to make sure that as I vote for these priorities, I'm not saying come hell or high water. I want to say, I want that judgment applied by our team to make sure that we're being treated fairly at the state level.
One more time, can you explain why riverfront is first and airport is second?
Yeah, the great question. So why is the riverfront first and the airport second? And essentially, why is the bigger ask number 1 perhaps? And
Yes,
our
but I do
smaller
have
is
feedback on that, but we'll get to it after.
number
I'm
2.
open. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a way to showcase that we really want and need part of that first priority funded in some way. We understand it's a large request. We're also taking in feedback that we've continued to get year after year from some of our local legislators and other stakeholders about asking for projects that we need and not holding back. And so we have this request and this project that's ready to go, and we're ready to run with it. So I think, both projects are great and we want to, as you said, Councilmember Keen, keep as many things in play for as long as possible in the legislative session. And this helps guide our work to a certain point. And also at a certain point, the legislature is a separate entity that certainly takes requests, but they are decision makers that are separate and can make decisions as they see fit as well.
So when you're presenting them, will they be in this order or will it say 1, 2, top tier, 3, 4, lower tier?
So I think we have the first two already in the state
Yep.
agencies system. And so by default there, I think they are the top primary, and then the secondary would fall, clearly as far as, workload and strategic ordering and how we engage stakeholders, those would fall after we've sort of gotten a really great foundation with the primary ones.
Okay, Councilmember Palmer.
I think the riverfront public realm at number one makes a lot of sense to me. It's a statement somebody made a little bit a while ago, but be bold, and I look at moving east on Third Street South, to match what we have in the rest of Third Street Southwest. I mean, you get to nice Third Street Southwest, you cross Broadway and you get to a parking lot that looks like we got a ramp that needs to be replaced. We've got some cool things we might be able to do at the Time Theater. I just think that that's a huge, huge thing. And, we've been on the bonding tours. Mr. Keen's been on the bonding tours. A couple other people have, the mayor has, she's been on all the bonding tours that we've had. So this has been in front of everybody. And I think it's important that we move that one as number one and let's get it done.
Councilmember Wall.
Does informal feedback from legislators inform us at all in the way we rank these things through the bonding tours?
I think we certainly take that into account, but I would say they ask, what our prioritization is. And I think the council has the prerogative to set those priorities how you see fit. And as the city's needs are shown through either your capital improvement plans or other project votes that you've taken or support that is there. So I think, like I said, the legislature is its own separate entity, and at some point we present our priorities as best as we can, and we certainly do, we think the best job we can, but they then can take those recommendations and do what they see fit too.
So my other question before I'd invite a motion is, we talk all the time, obviously, about homelessness being such an important issue and something we're grappling with on many levels and part of a collective effort around. It's just one word in the whole document. I didn't know if that was, am I missing more about homelessness specifically? Okay.
You're kind of referencing probably page 9 there.
Yes,
where we
okay.
do have, I would say a sizable component of the housing policy really touches into some of the state funding that exists for facilities that help people experiencing homelessness, whether that's the Emergency Services Grant Program. But I would say there's also one of the newer additions here is the Family Homelessness Prevention and Assistance Program, FPHP, which is
skimmed right through that. I wonder if there's even just for readability, like highlight, bold some words to pop out what the issues that we're touching on there.
We got wordsmith?
No, we're not at all.
We are.
I never get into this level of detail, probably why I missed it. But I just think that is important because homelessness has not typically been something we've included in this section of our priorities. So anyway.
Could I just offer a little bit more context for that? And part of why it's in here, but not necessarily as something very specific, is that we would want to make sure that we were only doing that in concert with
the
Olmsted
county,
County or
yeah,
any
of
other
course.
partner, and not detracting from other efforts that they may also be taking in that space.
Got it. Okay, is there a motion? I have some other feedback.
I'll move a 3-part motion.
Oh, question from Councilmember Dennis.
So I just wanted to, like, the ranking of them. So many people I've talked to don't like the ranking of this, the people, constituents and here in Rochester, because they see it as needs versus wants. Kind of like the needs would be, I believe as well, the secondary bonding request where we need to, promote our environment. We need to have, people who, have the resources to survive and accessibility. And so what engagement was done to like really get into the community and let them know, like, these are on the table, these are things that we're looking at, and then have like a feedback of what they would like to see. Cause I mean, if it's not gonna pass through votes, I mean, it's not gonna pass. So I just feel like they should be reversed. I think the secondary should be the primary, in my opinion. Those two, the 3 and 4 should be above the 1 and 2, but the citizens, what direct input have you received, and how extensive and how much openness did you allow residents to give ideas?
Council President, Councilmember Dennis, I think I'll take this one. I would just say that there's been extensive engagement through a multi-year process for the riverfront redevelopment. So there was an extensive process, many engaged stakeholders on that. So it's probably the most significantly engaged one of any of the 4 projects. The 2 projects that are 3rd and 4th, the way that the strategy and the legislative process works, those are things that we're introducing really at this point. They're not necessarily the legislative ask, and they don't have nearly as much work on them. They haven't had nearly as much input. They are relational to some of the, obviously, the strategic priorities of the city council. However, it would be rare, if at all, that a city would take input on their legislative priorities from the community. That's happening through the representation of the city council here this evening.
Well, we represent the community, and I just feel like residents in Ward 6, a lot of them don't use the airport here in town.
Can we get a motion
So I
before
feel
we
like,
dive into
how do we change,
discussion?
can we change, the question is, would it impact it if we changed the ranking?
It would
here on-
require the city council the majority of the city council to want to change the ranking through their motion. However, what's been represented here is that there's a legislative strategy in order to be able to bring as many of the valuable dollars from the legislature locally to achieve priorities that have been established by the city council, that have gone through significant community engagement, such as the riverfront redevelopment, and that have been a part of our strategies, for example, at the airport. And so those are the 2 projects that have already gone through a council project, have been submitted through the Department of Management and Budget process that the state establishes. So again, it would really be up to the Common Council as a whole to change those, but that would not be what we would recommend.
So I'm going to make a 3-part motion here. Number 1, to adopt the 2024 City of Rochester legislative priorities. Number 2, a resolution in support of the city's capital investment priorities as presented on packet page 868. And then adopt a process for council practice related to requests for letters of support from other entities.
Second.
Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, again, these things are always difficult. It's like 7 people trying to write a document. I think what I tried to establish early on, and when I work closely with the staff on this, it's we need to have priorities. We need to have 1 and 2, but we also need to be flexible. I think the number 1 is a big thing. It's a hard ask, and I think some sort of breakdown into smaller pieces might help us there, but I'm looking for our experts to work with the legislature and see what's possible. And I think that goal of getting the most support for the best projects is how we're trying to work this. And I hope we have as much success in 2024 as we had in 2023.
Yeah. Thanks, Councilmember Keen. I had a chance to connect with Senator Nelson after the bonding tours. And of course, she was very supportive of the work overall, but she said in further discussions with the committee, there were still some opportunities for clarity in what exactly the riverfront means from a public investment perspective. So some opportunity to reconnect with that committee and the leadership of that group to make sure that they really understand the request. But she also suggested that the phased approach is really what might be the most compelling. So I'm wondering if, I don't know how much work it would take to break down the actual request into phases instead of just components of the request. But that might be a thoughtful way to respond to that feedback, but also make sure that we're showing like, this is where we're at, this is where we're going.
Absolutely. And we've started to do some of that work with the project team and really get a handle on that, but it's something we can certainly do. And as we roll out, as city administrators almost said, as much as I would love to tell you that we could repeat this past session, I don't know how the chances are for that, but some of this work is about previewing for multiple years and requests
Yeah.
take time. And so how do we lay the groundwork and establish the need and the city as a trusted entity that can support and produce these projects for the state and our local community? And you know, this won't be the only one pager they see. This won't be the only way that we communicate with them. And so as we listen to feedback, you know, both from the bonding chairs and our local legislators and other stakeholders, thinking about how do we really message the projects in a way that makes them successful. But that feedback is helpful.
Absolutely. And I just had another thought and I forgot it. Oh, and just from DMC's perspective, that would give the DMC board a little more time in thinking through what their investment is and which of the phases as well. So good timing, I think. Councilmember Dennis?
Okay. I hope in the future, maybe all council members can be involved in the bonding tours. That would help understanding too, if everyone is invited to have equal information, because I was not invited. So I wanted to make an amendment to the motion and bring the airport solar covered parking electric vehicle charging stations to the bottom of the list and move them all up so that the public infrastructure accessibility and energy improvements goes into the primary list.
All right, there's no second. Did you have another comment?
Well, I just, the reason I did that is, as I mentioned before, I feel when we do public engagement, sometimes we get the population who is notified of these public engagement opportunities aren't always the people who really need to have projects done. And people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck, who don't have time to look at, you know, explore city things happening. The stuff at the bottom of the list, which are the secondary lists are very important, but those truly impact people's lives and our needs in our society. I believe that they should be pushed up. And I also believe in the future, more public engagement, door-to-door public engagement. I went this weekend door-to-door. My fingers are raw from the cold. It's not fun, but it's needed to get the word out and have people who live here in our city benefit from these important and expensive projects. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Ready for a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you.
Corcoran, and to the team. So we are moving into our pulled items, right? Yep. So F4 is the payment of judgment against the city of Rochester in court file number 55, CV 223009. Exhibits Development Group versus City of Rochester, pulled by Councilmember Dennis. Is there any guidance from our attorney before we dive into a discussion of this item? Any concerns?
I think, Council President, not all, and depending on where the questioning going, so there could become sensitivity, but we need to questions.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Dennis.
Okay, thank you. So I know how precious contingency funds are and how they're being used and how they're not being used. And to wipe out the entire contingency fund on this, I don't think is the best use of it. I think we should find another means of paying off this unfortunate event. I would honestly would like to know more about it and how it happened. And I'm not sure if that's we can do that publicly, but who's to blame for this entire lawsuit issue in the first place? But what I wanted to get at is there a different way of paying for this than using a fund that can be used, I believe, in so much more direct community ways than paying off a issue that the city has to pay. So that's my question.
Okay.
So thank you.
Ms. Elms?
Council President, Council Member Dennis, members of the council, just want to point you to the packet and the information provided that does indicate that. So this would be paid for from 2023 contingency. This is your last council meeting of 2023. There isn't additional contingency items that could come forward. There exists as we sit here today, recognizing that some of the approvals will actually take place next year. Those have already been carried forward. $661,914.88 of contingency. This type of issue is exactly why you have a contingency each year and why we have discussions when folks bring forward items that they would like to potentially spend on, that it is important to be able to make sure that we're not just spending that on items that weren't in the budget, but be aware that it is also available for things that are unanticipated. That is why we're recommending the use of contingency. If we didn't use contingency for this, what would happen is the contingency would roll over into the fund balance for the general fund, as was represented in your audit that came before the city council in July for 2022. Currently, where we're sitting is at about a 47% contingency ratio. The minimum that a 47% fund balance ratio in your general fund. And so that's above the 43% minimum that we recommend according to state law and best practices for financial financial policies. We're not just recommending that you spend that, but this is a year where we're not in a place where we absolutely need to have that going and rolling over into fund balance next year, but there really is no other use of the contingency for 2023, considering you have no further meetings in 2023 to be able to utilize contingency.
So I want to get a motion on the table here to move approval of F4 as presented.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Keen, then Councilmember Palmer.
Yeah, I'm not pleased with how this whole thing went. I think it was kind of one of our uglier events during the 2023 calendar. I went to some of those court cases and it is what it is. And I actually think this is the best form of being able to address the debt we ran up. So I'm going to support it.
Agreed. Councilmember Palmer.
That's what we have contingency for.
Councilmember Dennis.
Okay, so just for the record, I know I got cut off in that other conversation, but I did not believe that council travel and council education should ever be contingency funds should ever be used for that. And I pulled the item for that reason. I didn't think that that should have been used for myself or anyone else. It should have been in the travel training budget that a lot of my council colleagues have sitting in their fund at the end of the year. And unfortunately, $700 is now wasted of taxpayer dollars because of that. It is germane because I want to talk about what's important for the contingency, as in the Juneteenth, for example, that $1,000 that we had that discussion on things that could have been used to directly help and impact and bring awareness and celebrate or a lot of uses that we could have used the contingency fund on, but this.
Point of order, I just want to point out that the city did fund Juneteenth. We did provide in-kind funding. We did provide direct funding. We did have a booth there, and within your council approved budget for 2024 and 2025, you actually authorized use of funds to create a community building fund, which would allow for that type of activity and other instances to happen going on into the future within your future budget. So it's not accurate to state that it could have been used for that. In fact, we've already accounted for that in the budget.
It was not used for that scholarship event that was.
We cannot fund, and just again, to clarify, we cannot utilize public funds to fund a scholarship program. What we've utilized it for is authorized public purposes for the use of public funds in accordance with state law. And so that is how we are able to fund organizations and events that are open to the public. We cannot dedicate public funds to scholarships to individuals to go to college.
I want to call the question.
Yes.
I would like to.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries with Councilmember Dennis voting nay. All right, moving on to the next one, which was F7, the airport terminal building basement lease amendment with the city of Rochester for storage of materials. Go ahead, Councilmember Dennis, and I believe we have the airport joining virtually.
Okay, well, thank you. So there's 3 items and I only pulled one because I wanted to kind of bring things. I was notified of dynamics where I assumed that the airport staff was city employees, but they are not. They don't have .gov emails, and so I just when I pulled this item for the same reason why I moved airport down on the list is I feel that a lot of resources, a lot of time is being invested in the airport, and we have to impact, like when we talk about how much the airport is costing us, it's this stuff too. It's the paperwork, it's the all of this staff time that I'm not sure is necessarily being factored in. And so I pulled this just to bring awareness that we do many times work as a council and city staff work to bring funding, bring lease agreements like this, and it does cost staff time that should be accounted into the cost of a city-run airport.
I
So
just want to clarify that all of the items that come forward from the airport are prepared by airport employees into our system.
Motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize the amendment to the airport terminal building basement lease agreement with the city of Rochester for storage of materials for 2023.
I'll second.
All right, Councilmember Palmer.
Nothing.
All right, Councilmember Dennis.
yeah, my only question is storage of materials, is that, I've heard a lot of it is for Mayo Clinic. Is it for all areas? I mean, what
City-
is,
This is very specific to city storage. There's no Mayo Clinic
Okay, not
storage that
this
is
one?
happening there. None of the leases that are here are specific to that.
well, I heard some
yeah.
like
I think-
cargo being, I guess when I was,
So
we were on
what
the
I had
tour,
explained during, and I don't want to belabor the meeting, but it appears that there's a lot of misunderstanding, even though this was explained at the last meeting. What I was trying to describe about cargo is that one of the key pillars of what is provided through the Rochester International Airport is that it is a hub for cargo. So a significant amount of the activity and air traffic that comes through the airport every single day, there is a actual dedicated FedEx plane that comes here, which is very rare for an airport, and it provides significant value to the economy, much beyond Mayo Clinic. There's value to Mayo Clinic, but our second largest economic sector is actually in manufacturing. And so all of those businesses, not just in Rochester, but in the region, rely on those cargo operations that happen at the international airport that is owned and operated by the city through a contract that has been approved by the city council.
But the item we're talking about is the lease for basement space that's used for police evidence and other city.
Right, it's all for city storage,
We are
and the
paying
reason
for
that
the
you pay for
space.
that is because of the primary way that the airport is funded is actually through state and federal funds. And very little of it comes from city funds.
All right, I'll
Well,
call the
I just
question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
nay. Well,
Motion carries.
I-
Moving on to the next item.
point of order, President Carlson, I did not get my 8 minutes, which is,
I called the question. We're moving on. All right, and it's F21, which you also pulled, and that's the finance director appointment.
yes, I pulled that because that was a walk-on agenda item that I feel should have more time to discuss. I know the wage, and we kind of got some emails, everything was kind of last minute here, but wanted to get that out there so the public can hear. I was told by the deputy city administrator is 200,000 is the wage, and there's some, I don't know, like, I just wanted to see the bidding, how it applicants, I wasn't involved in, as I don't believe any council member was,
So council member, I don't want to cut you off, but I wouldn't want the person who's being asked to basically be ratified for appointment. The only two members of the staff that the city council negotiates with and then appoints and then has annual reviews with and then discusses their salary are the city administrator and the county and the city attorney.
Oh, I
There's
was
not a
told it
way.
wasn't
that's-
confidential.
Well, it may not be confidential, but what I'm saying is that there's really no discussion of wage. It's already set on all of our wage grids, which properly aligns the wages with the duties of the position. And so that's not something that the city council would consider in this item.
Okay. Mr. Parrish, anything to add to Ms. Elms?
Yeah, members of the mayor's not here. President of the council, I mean, really you are being asked to ratify the recommendation of the individual, and that's the extent of the request.
All right, Mr. Palmer.
I'll make a motion adopting a resolution appointing Brian Anderson as financial director of the city of Rochester, Minnesota, with effective date of January 8th, 2024,
I'll second.
and welcome him to Rochester.
Thank you. Any
Second.
other discussion?
The only thing I would say is that the time sensitive nature of getting this going makes perfect sense to me that it had to come on tonight.
Councilmember Dennis?
Yes, thank you. I just, like I said, last minute when things are brought to the agenda, I get my agenda, ADA accommodations printed off. And it's really hard to have things last minute, trying to get things, run back to City Hall, pick up the things. And I think this should have been on the agenda immediately. And I also believe that as a council who approves the budget, that this kind of knowing, like the process and just understanding more thoroughly will give us ability to approve the budget next year more confidently, saying that we see that this was done efficiently, how training was done. It would have been nice to have it overlap with the previous finance director so that training and information could have been more seamless. So I just wanted to pull because I don't think anything should be slipped by council and rubber stamped. Thank you.
I want to thank the HR team and administration. I know this position took a while to find the right applicant, and this has been several months in the making that we've all been aware of as we had an interim contract with financial advisor. So really thrilled to be welcoming our new financial director and to look forward to all of my colleagues supporting that. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All say nay. Motion carries. All right, so we'll move on to a couple of first readings of ordinances. What? Mr. Spindler Craig.
Thank you, Madam President. There are two first reading. Item J1, ordinance banning the R2X area located in the Falwell and historic southwest neighborhoods, consistent with comprehensive plan and amendment ordinance number 4478, known as the Uniform Development Code of the City of Rochester, Minnesota. Moving on to item J2, an ordinance amending section 2-1-2 of chapter 2-1 of 2 of the Rochester Code of Ordinances, establishing fees and charges for licenses, permits, services, and other charges provided by the City of Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler Craig. All right, no second readings today. We do have the consideration of item L1 to whether or not we'll remove from the table the Downtown Commercial Historic District landmark designation. And Ms. Patterson-Lundgren, did you want to introduce the item or are we diving right in?
Do we need a motion to take it off the table? And do we want to?
So no introduction before we even, all right. So yes, we need a motion to remove from the table. We need a second, and we can't actually call for the public hearing until we've approved the first part of the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to remove the Downtown Commercial Historic District landmark designation from the table.
Second.
Right, Councilmember Bransford?
I think we've talked about this ad nauseum. It's something that we have to decide on. I think we saw tonight one of the picadillos we can get into with, you know, the cart becoming the cart. Boy, it is 11:30. The cart coming before the horse. I think we need to, you know, say yes or no to this once and for all. And I don't think there's any mystery to anybody on the council as to what we're talking about. So no, that's
Okay. Any other discussion? Councilmember Kirkpatrick?
I have a question. I wrote down CLG, certified local government. Yes, I wrote that down during the discussion because I thought there were some really, really good points brought up, and it was one of the reasons why, you know, I was against continuing, but we need to direct staff to work on this. This has been a hairy deal for a couple of years now, and can you please reiterate, I think the three of you, Steinhauser, Woodward, and you, Molly.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to point out that what you're really talking about right now is whether to take it off the table at all.
No,
So
I know, and I think this will, I'm getting there, and I'm sorry. So the CLG, I think what I heard was, we don't need to be one. Correct. But the other thing I heard is, we do need to be one. And that is a piece that connected with the other incentives that we can access in our community for historic property owners. Do they tie together? Do they fit together? I hear you saying, no, we don't need that, but can it be added and layered on so that there are more incentives for property owners of historic properties?
So I think.
If you don't mind, I'm uncomfortable right now. We have a motion to take it off the table, but we're acting like it's off the table. We need to pass the motion to take it off the table before we can discuss it.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I believe, and again, even that, I think we should move right to
All
the
right,
public.
yes, that should be specific to whether or not to remove from the table, which I'm sure Councilmember Palmer has a perspective on.
I don't see why we'd want to remove it off the table. I think that it should sit there until we figure out what we're gonna do with some other buildings. It doesn't make any sense to me to do that without incentives. We have no incentives. We have zero incentives at this point. And so, you know, you pull it off the table for what reason? You're gonna make an announcement tonight at 11:30 that some random buildings are gonna become historic, and what am I gonna get for it? Nothing but a headache. So I think leaving it on the table will at least let us get our answers and ask and get our feet firmly in ground.
So I'd call the question.
Just quickly, I'd like to weigh in. I think that that's the problem, is that we are leaving it on the table, so staff are not directed to do the work. So if we take it off the table, we have the
They have been
opportunity.
directed.
Well, they have,
And
but
they've come
as
back.
far as formulating whether or not we have a historic district to solidify what those incentives will be. Anyway, I appreciate your perspective and value your opinion, and we can disagree. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of removing it from the
Wait a
table,
second,
say
I'd
it.
like a roll call vote.
For your name. Go ahead.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
6 ayes and 1 nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. So now is the setting the public, or excuse me, the second part of it. Calling for a public hearing to consider the district to be held on January 22nd.
I'll make a motion to call for the public hearing.
Second.
Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, again, I think this is something that, again, most of us were not here back in 2019 when we put this on the table. And it was to do some of this incentive work and everything, and COVID hit and other things happened. But I think it is time for us to address this. The thing I would take issue with for Councilmember Kirkpatrick is it's not time for the staff to work on this. It's time for us to listen hear back from the public and decide whether we're going forward or not with the knowledge we have. Because we know about what incentives are available and what are not. I don't think it's a time to start reworking this, but that's what we'll have to figure out based on the public hearing.
Councilmember Palmer?
Well, I'm a proponent of putting your money where your mouth is, and if you want to add $900,000 and raise the tax rate by 1%, go right ahead. And I know that some people think DMC is going to come in and give us a boatload of money. I've not seen that.
Do some people think that?
Some people think that, at least one does. And I will tell you that during the sales tax extension, there was no mention whatsoever of doing incentives on heritage preservation at all. So I would be not willing to do that at all, because I don't see the economic and incentives to do that. So, you know, if you want to raise property taxes 3 or 4% next year so that we can save a few old buildings, then you know, you can stand for those questions, and that's what's going to happen. But if you sit here and say, oh, geez, it's going to come from God, trees somewhere else, or you don't want to plant trees this year because you like historic preservation buildings, go right ahead and do this. But I think this is the wrong time to do it. We just got done with our budget and there's no way to pay for this, and go ahead and do it. I'm looking forward to the public hearing.
Thank you.
Or not, exactly.
Yeah, there's no decision here. We're just taking it off for discussion. Yes.
For discussion. Now we're doing a public hearing.
So I guess that was my point of asking my question about CLG. It wasn't to jump ahead, but it was what are the incentives that, and maybe this is rhetorical now, but what are the incentives that we can actually bring, you know, working in concert? What are the incentives that we can possibly talk about at the public hearing and bring forward?
Did I dream through that meeting where we walked through incentives? What is
No.
happening right now? Okay.
And I thought it was,
Went through the list of potential sources and what the incentives could look like. Am I making that up?
Council President,
Okay.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick, council members, I would say that we would be further refining those and addressing some of the questions and concerns that did come up with that, and also clarifying for you what some of the implications, some of those have been mentioned here. Not all of those are necessarily the only option you have available. But also better understanding, again, there's not necessarily alignment across all of the property owners, and by not, there is not alignment across all of the property owners about what is the incentive that would be valuable to them. You even heard today the most important thing to a number of the people that spoke at the public hearing about the specific 5 properties was the ability to incentivize maintenance of buildings. And so that's very different than developer incentives to maintain a historic building. So the size and scope of those are drastically different. And those are, you know, considerations that we can bring forward. You don't have to build them all in one day, but I can tell you that there will be very different asks for these things far and beyond that have almost nothing to do with historic preservation. If you're talking about potential development or redevelopment and maintaining the historic character of a building. And so that's all I will say.
Councilmember Palmer.
Well, today in our packet, August 27, 2018 letter from the State Historic Preservation Office disagrees with the assessment and questions the period of significance, the boundaries of the historic district, and the historic integrity of the buildings with the proposed district. So right there you have in our packet from tonight that we don't have a district. So I don't know what you're gonna do at a public hearing. We also heard today that 90% of the building owners do not want to be involved in a historic district. And
He
I
said
can go down
80%,
every
point
one
of
of the,
order.
almost every one of the buildings. Go down to the Rosa Parks building. It used to be Dayton's, had no windows. It has windows. So how's that doing? So
All right, let's go ahead and vote.
I think we should take a 5-minute break.
Let's vote.
Can we have a break?
No,
No?
we're almost done. Okay, all in favor of setting the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Heartbroken.
Member Kirkpatrick, you had an item of other business?
Yes, I would like to, oops, I just lost my computer. I would like to make a motion to amend my vote on F-16.
Do you have to motion to amend or your own vote, or you just correct the file? Just yell, holler.
Council President, while I can appreciate Councilmember Kirkpatrick's desire to change her vote, she would need to motion to reconsider
Yep.
the item and get a second and have a majority vote of the council. And then you would have to move the item again and re-vote, and she could change her vote.
Thank you for the correction. I would like to make a motion to reconsider F-16, just to revote.
16, remind me.
The removal of, the Niggin, removal of, portion of the parcel from the land,
You were in the affirmative,
development.
just to clarify.
Correct, yes.
I'll second that.
Speak to that.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick, you made the motion.
Yes.
You have the floor.
I just wanted to change my vote, so
Okay,
that's all.
Councilmember Palmer.
I just wanted to read.
I would be against her changing her vote, and I can tell you why. Because if you look at Cascade Creek, that's going to be running through the center of this property, they'd like to continue the water quality updates in the continue the Meadow Lakes, Cascade Lake area. And the only way to be able to do that is for the sewer to be put through in this area. And if we don't get the sewer put through there, you won't get Cascade Lake or the creek improved. And if you take 50 acres out of the area, you make it very expensive to put sewer in, and you'll end up with 3 and 5 acre lots with septic fields all the way up until you hit the new county road up there. So I would caution you to change your vote, but you can do what you want, but it's really short-sighted and you're not helping out the environment at all. In fact, you're hurting the environment.
And Councilmember Kirkpatrick, while I support you in general of wanting to make sure your vote is accurate, we did ask this gentleman to stay and wait for our vote, and we made the vote, and now he's not here, so I feel like it's, and the staff have left, so I feel a little uncomfortable with this, unfortunately. I didn't realize it was this involved. Councilmember Dennis.
I just want to say, there's no need for name calling or saying short-sightedness. I don't believe that's
I
needed.
don't believe that's a name calling. I think that it's what
Councilmember
it
Palmer,
is.
let her
Okay.
finish. Let's move on.
Well, I don't think it's nice to be nice and civil. I just think the issue is, Councilmember Kirkpatrick, wants to change her vote, and everyone has, I think, the right to have a realization that that wasn't what she intended or what she wants. So I think it's just the basic respect for, as a council, to allow her to do so.
Appreciate that. I just also believe that there is this process in place because they set forward a few obstacles for it to be a collective decision. Go ahead, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
I'm not asking anyone else to change their vote. It's not going to change the outcome of anything. It was a unanimous vote, all of us saying aye. I'm simply wanting to change mine to nay, and so the results won't change. It would be a 6-1 vote.
I'll call the question.
The motion to reconsider
Motion to reconsider.
F-16.
Yep.
All right,
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
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 All right, motion carries. So,
So I'll move to approve again. And we're,
Second.
yep, all right, Councilmember Keen.
no, nothing to add. I'm ready to vote.
All right, all in favor of the motion to support the opposition, right? The
To
resolution to
support the
opposition?
resolution.
Yeah, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Okay, Councilmember Palmer.
I have a question for the city clerk. I'm trying to find the recording for the meeting that we had on the sale of the Dooley site. And I asked for it today through public input. Has anybody else asked for that?
May of 2021.
Councilmember Palmer, council members, thanks for the question. Yeah, we had one other request this,
And when was that made?
I think about 10 o'clock this morning.
This morning?
Yes. And it was,
I don't need to know?
yeah,
I
just a
It
random
was made this morning.
request.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yep.
I asked for it months ago, and I was forwarded by the city attorney. So I received the recording. Both sections are divided into, I can't remember when, back in July or something.
Actually, no idea what Councilmember Dennis is talking about. We move.
Yeah, well, Councilmember Dennis, did you have other business? Oh, did you?
No.
What did you want to say?
Well, I have your email here. I could pull it up.
Well,
Well, could you forward it? to
I
me?
was just gonna say that that's a very good possibility that the item had not been resolved at that time, and therefore the recording would not necessarily have been public. So we're in a different part of the year. The land has been sold, the recording is public information, and it was given out today in accordance with those rules. So
Yeah. I can-
When did the public hear, when did it become public?
When the sale was finalized?
With
Well,
a
when was
certain
that?
period of time after the sale.
And do we know when the sale was?
I'm sure we could look back.
You
and
voted
get
on it in
information.
July
Yes.
19th of
Yes.
2021, and so that was to approve the sale, but
Mm.
then the closing happened at some point after that.
Okay. I'd just like to get a copy of the recording. So I'll get it through the city clerk.
do not receive it yet, Councilmember Palmer,
Mm-mm.
because I sent it to you through the system. So let me
Okay.
just double check and I'll
Let me
make sure
go
that
ahead
you
and
get
read
it.
I've been busy. so
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
I had other business too.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And it was on May 10th, 4/24 is when Mr. Spindler Craig sent me that recording of this year. So my other business is
Point or second. Sorry,
Go ahead.
since this is a topic that's being discussed, you're saying the recording of that closed session.
I
you're
requested
saying
it.
I sent you.
Yep, it says right here. You said, Councilmember Dennis, the recording of the closed session is attached right here, and it's on May 10th. And you gave a whole bunch of other, I asked a bunch of questions. I have the email right here. I can forward it to you if you want to see your email.
Okay.
Okay. I appreciate you sending it to me because I was I listened to it last night again and it was interesting. So my, a couple of things, someone came to speak to council about, F19, and I know that was, I believe silenced was, I pulled that item.
Do not speak about that. We have said no discussion on that item.
I understand, I'm,
None.
I'm not going to discuss the item. I'm sorry, President Carlson. I was just saying, I don't find it appropriate
She needs to move
have-
on from the topic.
have things silenced without explanation. So, I would like in the future.
There was explanation per state statute. Move on.
And then I also wanted to give a shout out to some amazing leaders here in town who have hosted other leaders, community leaders, to do a 2024 year of respect. I attended last Tuesday. Councilmember Keen, Mayor Norton were there as well. They're having another one tomorrow, and I encourage my colleagues who also got an invitation to attend. I believe as we go into this new year, we all want to be bold and have all these amazing platitudes that we want to, go out and show the best Rochester as possible. But I think kindness and respect should be number one, especially after this illegal and discriminating censure is ending. I
Right.
think we
Time
need
to
to move
move
forward.
on
We need to
that
move
topic
forward
is-
and rebuild trust and respect.
Council,
So I hope
please
everyone.
have a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
I'll
And
make a-
Happy New Year.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carries, we're adjourned.
Recording stopped.